Hello? Dad? Is that you? What's up, friends? We're in there. It is the 18th, the fateful day of both Diablo 4's Spiritborn announcement and Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur announcement. The Spiritborn one starts in 15 seconds, and we're just gonna watch it together. See what happens. Hopefully the volume balance.
Hello, Diablo community. I'm Adam Fletcher, Community Director for Diablo.
Hi, Adam.
Welcome to our Spiritborn Showcase, where we're doing a deep dive for this all-new class coming to Diablo 4, which will include a series of interviews, followed by Q&A from Twitch chat. I'm joined here today with Game Director Brent Gibson.
Thanks, Adam.
Hi, Brent.
We've been working hard to make something unique for Diablo, and we're finally here to actually talk about it.
Brent and I can remember us at BlizzCon, where we showed off our very first cinematic for Vessel of Hatred. Now we're actually here to showcase the Spiritborn for the first time. We're glad to have you back for the full reveal.
Thanks. We've set out to make an all-new class that comes from the jungles of Nahantu, an apex predator with a deep connection to the spirit realm. So, without further ado, let's kick off this deep dive to the Spiritborn.
Only a few.
Is it gonna be like Druid 2 or something?
Can become Spiritborn. As children, the most promising is judgment in the mist. Our trial begins and ends with pain. Those who are not called are culled. For the weak, all paths end here. For the worthy, that path leads to power beyond compare, and a sacred charge to wield it well. Though the mortal world was designed to break us, our hearts, our minds, our bodies, there is another which makes us bold. We are without fear. We are without equal. We walk with the ancient guardians of the unformed lands. Their power is our power.
So is this like Druid 2 or something?
Is our cause. We forge unbreakable
pet class maybe?
in the spirit realm to defeat the horrors of this one. For we are Spiritborn.
Oh yeah. Return to monkey. Hey yo, that's actually kind of sick looking. If I play this, I'm definitely speccing into as much monkey shit as I can. I desire to reject modernity. Return to monkey. Ah yeah, there he is. Hell yeah, dude.
Wow, and there it is, the first look at the Spiritborn, the apex predator from the jungle. Awesome to finally show it off, and what an incredible trailer. To talk more about the Spiritborn, we would like to introduce Eleni Rivera-Colon, narrative designer on Diablo 4. Welcome, Eleni.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here to talk about the Spiritborn class. I'm also a little nervous.
It's okay. We're live.
There's
we're
only
doing this live here for everyone. But obviously, Eleni, we just saw here.
There's only 50,000 people watching,
with,
probably.
You know, the Spiritborn, and we saw a little bit about that spirit realm. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that spirit realm is?
Yeah. So, I mean, to put it plainly, the spirit realm is a place where spirits go. It's this deeply spiritual place that's a byproduct of Sanctuary's creation. So, as you may know, the angels have the high heavens, the demons have the burning hells, and we have the spirit realm.
You know, we're hearing a little bit about the high heavens
and
I mean,
that's some
the
sick
burning
art.
hells here, and players have actually seen both of those places specifically. Kind of like, what does the spirit realm actually look like for players?
Yeah, you know, we really love this concept that the spirit realm is shaped by humanity. So if that's the case, the foundation of that would actually be sanctuary. So you could imagine being in the middle of the jungle and you're surrounded by these tall trees and these ancient structures. And when you cross over the veil into the spirit realm, you're going to see a ghostly reflection of just that. The big key difference is that you're going to see all the spirits and the creatures that exist there.
Yeah, there are these massive creatures that protect the realm from spirits they protect the realm and the spirits from corruption. So the Spiritborn class have this harmonious bond and connection with these massive creatures that are called the Spirit Guardians, and they work together to ward the land.
You know, it's awesome to hear about the Spirit Guardians, and you know, people saw them in the trailer a little bit there. Can you actually tell us a little bit more about like who these Spirit Guardians are?
Tell us about the monkey.
The spirit realm is shaped by humanity. We love the idea that the guardians are formed from human belief. And so if you're trying to survive in the jungle and protection is a thing that you are pouring all of your hope into, that belief it's magical.
Did I miss anything important?
It's got power in itself.
There's like a minute of gameplay.
A creature that represents that.
There's a giant ghost monkey. That's what's important that you missed.
As Brent is saying, the Spirit Guardians are this complex creation of Sanctuary's creation along with this powerful human belief. And Spiritborns devote their entire lives strengthening this incredible bond because these Spirit Guardians are powerful. It's
pretty
much.
Idea, I mean, this whole thing's just marketing, isn't it?
What these gods look like, and so they can help protect both the realm and Nahantu.
You know, we saw in the trailer and some of the gameplay, people were, you know, if you're playing the Spiritborn, you can actually summon one of these in there. Is that something you can do on demand? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, you know, very early on in concepting,
but I'm here for it.
We saw this one piece of a simple warrior raising their staff above their head and this massive spirit creature forming behind them, and that really became the lightning rod to a lot of thought.
Blizzard's corporate GGG is just a little guy.
What we wanted to do mechanically with the class, but that image really solidified that the idea of summoning a god into battle was really cool, and that actually became the cornerstone.
By GGG, you mean Tencent, right?
From then on out.
Yeah, so talking about Spirit Guardians and summoning them, the Spiritborn class can summon 4 Spirit Guardians. The first one that I want to talk about is Rizoka, and this guardian manifests in the form of a jaguar. So the belief of courage and ferocity, striking on the hunt, attacking a kill with no fear.
That's basically
the second one is Balazan, appearing as this massive centipede. The belief is balance and persistence. So although some people might see it as fear, it represents harmony and balance, so the give and take of life. And then we have Quatli. The manifestation of this is a majestic eagle, right?
That's just Raya.
Represent awareness and finesse, soaring above it all, having keen awareness of its surroundings and acting with intent. And then the last one is Woomba. This guardian manifests in a powerful gorilla, so this beacon of protection and strength, and a movable force that holds its ground and sustains under pressure.
So it's great because we've heard a little bit about the spirit realm. We've heard about
by Blizzard, I mean Microsoft. True, I forgot about that.
Like, can you tell us a little bit more about like kind of the star of the show now, the Spiritborn itself?
Yeah, so I think before we really dive in, I want to talk about Akarat, who's really important with the Spiritborn.
Woomba is such a perfect name for that.
For those who don't know, Akarat is this prophet
is that what he looks like?
In the human experience, and that it gives
I wasn't convinced he was an actual person.
And that light gives us the ability to question and to doubt and to challenge. When Akarat made his way to his mother's homeland in Nahantu, he felt this strong otherworldly presence, and he would spend a lot of time with one of his apostles, Isavete, trying to uncover what this mystery was. What was this feeling when he got to the realm, or when he got to the land of Nahantu, until he eventually discovers this veil, and that's the veil between the spirit realm and sanctuary. And he realized that this was this untouched place from neither angels or demons. They had never really had any sort of influence there. So Akarat and his dedicant Isavete would spend a lot of time studying, and he would be the first person and living being to cross this veil. And then after Akarat died, his apostle would then take on the mantle and then found the Spiritborn traditions that we know today.
You know, hearing about the Spiritborn, and of course, like, I'm sure this is a burning question from the community, but the Sanctuary has a long and storied history. Kind of, where have the Spiritborn been throughout all of this?
It's a valid point.
So for
I wouldn't have thought of
anybody
it, but that's a valid point.
knows the lore of Diablo,
It's not me. I
this
don't know
region
anything.
is no stranger to Mephisto, right? So if you go back to Diablo 2 and you
that's
look at
spooky.
the story there, his original soul stone was imprisoned in this place.
Yo, people got to quit it
And
with the
its
soul
presence
stones. They don't work.
corrupted the Zakarum faith, it corrupted the region, and the Spiritborn remember this. And so over the course of what's been happening in D4, they've decided to stay at arm's length out of fear that history might repeat itself.
Yeah, so like I said before, this is an untouched realm. It's pure. This is something so sacred. And with Neyrel coming back with the Soulstone, this is a huge problem for the people.
She
of
brought
Nahantu,
what here?
specifically the Spiritborn that are trying to protect this land.
Yeah, and at this point, with him back, they have no choice but to rejoin the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear more about the Spiritborn and where they originated from. And of course, thank you, Eleni, for taking us into the spirit realm in itself. You know, we've talked about the new class and how that was created and what they've been up to. Next, we're actually going to take a look at how the art and concepts were designed. We are now joined by my blood brother, art director Nick Chilano, who is here to show us how the Spiritborn visually came to be. Nick, thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Adam. I'm really excited to talk about the Spiritborn finally.
I know, it's been a long time coming.
Been a long
time coming.
I'm not
Nick, will you
convinced
tell us
they're
a
not
little bit
twins
more about,
separated by like
how this
5
class
years,
came to be,
10
especially
years,
from the art
however
side?
many years.
Yeah, you know, first of all, like that trailer, like what an origin story for a Diablo class. Like you got to go into the jungle, you answer the call, or you're cold. Like it's pretty rock and roll, and
It's pretty rock and roll, man. Hell yeah, dude.
So I think when you go back to like what Eleni
I respect it.
were talking about, we really want to capture everything they just mentioned from a visual standpoint. So for us, it's about trying to infuse the Hantu, the spirit
Yo, are we gonna
realm,
get expanding
and a
tattoos as
martial
we
arts
level up?
feel into the class.
Or is that just
Brent
flavor?
mentioned that like kind of lightning rod moment. That's something that the art team really focuses on. When those moments happen, we really lock into that and start to do a lot of iteration. So like, you know, concept will start casting a really wide net, but when that happens, we really start to bring it in and we start to really do a lot of concepts around that so that we can kind of get that tagline that the team needs, which
Should
is
get
like
some food.
creating the living, breathing
Honestly,
embodiment
same.
of the spirit realm.
Yeah, and it's really, you know, after we get
I
past
get what you
that
mean
initial
about the 4 different
inspirational piece,
ARPGs.
we want
It's
to,
like
drill
they all
down
have
into finding that iconic
their
piece.
own quirks, and
And
sometimes it
so
would just be
when
nice
you
to
look
not
at
have
some of the imagery that
any
we're
of the
showing
bad parts and
today,
all the good parts.
You can see how we're
Shout loudly if
taking that
something exciting
embodiment
happens.
and we're bringing it
Will
into
do.
all of the iconic look of that character. We wanted a class that wouldn't necessarily wear armor to protect.
Yo, he's got
themselves,
centipedes on his
but
shoulder.
rather become the
Sorry,
guardian
it's
that
still
they're
art.
all about. And so if you're into the Jaguar, you're wearing the Jaguar helm. Your markings are the spots and patterns that you would see on that creature. The way that you move through the jungle would also be a big part of that package. And then once we have that iconic look,
Listen,
we can
Adam
actually
has
roll it
green
out
on
to the
his
rest of the team.
shoes.
Yeah,
The new guy
that's
has
really
green
the
on his
DNA of,
shoes.
like, where we start going.
Middleman
Like,
does
those
not have
iconic
green on his
images
shoes.
drive the entire
He needs to get
art
with the
department
marketing.
at that point. And
He could have
that's our
coordinated
North
better.
Star. So we can move into things like how do we get the spirit guardians on screen? How do they fit into the combat? If you think about the eagle, you know, is the full eagle show up? Is it just feathers? How do we represent that? And how do we like ramp that up through our visuals so you can start with something, you know, a little more on a certain
And
scale.
even his glasses
and
are
get to
kinda
this, like,
green.
epic moments. We also want to explore, you know, visually, like visual iconography at the same time. So while we're doing all that iteration and stuff with the iconic looks and the skills, we're also starting to get into like, what is the identity of the class? Where do we want to put this iconography? And like, what is that visual footprint that they're going to take up on the screen?
You know, it's seeing all this like badass concept art. Like shout out to, you know, our concept artists
Our
on
concept
the
Yeah, honestly, it's so
yeah,
sick.
so good. Like how do you guys actually take this from like concept now to actually building out the character from some of this concept art?
Yeah, you know, once we have alignment between the design direction that we want to go, we understand kind of roughly mechanically and from a design perspective where we want it to be and where we want it from an art direction standpoint. We sit down with each department and we actually roll out the idea. We pitch them, you know, and we're like, hey, this is what we're thinking, and really get them to understand where we're trying to head, so that when they go off in their crafts and make the best work that they possibly can make, the sum of all the parts end up with a killer class like the Spiritborn.
Collaboration's a big thing, and you know, it really starts with the character art department. They take these like 2D images and bring them to life in 3D. They will start to figure out materials, the fine details of how our armor's crafted, to like big silhouette shapes. One of the interesting things about this class is we started to recognize that like the helms, the gauntlets, the belts were really great places to like hone in on those like visual elements. And another nice thing is like the armor really started to kind of come into the space of being very functional and practical. You'll notice that like the legs are kind of open, the upper body's kind of open. It's because we're making a really fast, agile class. So we want everything to kind of line up. And like Brent said, like,
bro, let me be agile in a full, like, heavy plate, solid plate steel armor.
Their offense is their defense.
I want to be fast and thick.
And it shows when you play it. Speaking of fast and agile, we moved to Tech Art. Tech Art really is the team that will kind of find what our limits are and kind of allow us to break them a little bit. So they do a lot of range of motion tests.
For free?
Trying to figure out how we can get really dynamic poses, really dynamic lines of actions.
Put on that armor you manifested and run around.
Because this class
no,
really
that is too hot. It's on fire.
In the spot where we're like kind of pushing the boundaries of what we do.
I will not.
Yeah, it's awesome because like you guys mentioned, like super like hypermobile class, and you know, so the apex predator in the jungle itself. Like, how do you put that towards something like animation now, like getting the character to move and kind of telegraphing?
Wait until winter.
Yeah, you know, like one of the key elements here is making sure
it's
that
finally
we
cooling
have
down
a
up here.
combat archetype that's
It's been
unique.
90
so
for
if
like
you take
2
a look
weeks
at the
straight.
original 5 classes, each
It's
one
coming
of them
down to
has a
like
very
mid to low
distinct
80s.
style. And so when we're
It's
thinking
so
about
nice.
the Spiritborn, we naturally went to martial arts. And what does that mean for the movement through the jungle? And actually, I feel like we found a really good pairing there.
Yeah, like the animation team, like they went crazy with reference. They were looking at
Yo, imagine bring your spear to work day.
Taekwondo, kickboxing,
justifying
boxing,
a spear
karate.
purchase
There's
as a
supplements
business
with these
expense.
Amazing, like reference materials that we saw. And the really interesting thing here is we're not trying to like just
Yo, they
mimic
blurred out
a
the
martial
badge.
art style. We're really trying to find the best pieces
Good
of
OPSEC.
them
Good OPSEC.
and seeing where they fit. How can we
Be
manipulate
happy
them?
when we're back under
How can we
800.
rearrange
Yeah,
them
for the
in
next
ways
like
that
2
make a
nights, it's gonna be
really
under
unique,
60 here. It's
unique and interesting fighting style for the Spiritborn.
I'm gonna leave my windows open and
Once
freeze
the
my ass off. I'm so
animation
excited.
team has that, and like they, you know, again, they have a wide range of options that they're looking at. They start to figure out like where it fits for each guardian. So, for example, the gorilla is blunt force, lots of strength.
Taking notes on how to
Jaguars,
build.
cleaves, multi-hit combos, aggression. The centipede is like open palm strikes for applying poisons and unearthing things from the ground. And the eagle is about really precision movements and repositioning on the battlefield. So like they nailed it when it came to that.
You know, honestly, it's like the combination of all the things that we put together. We'd been talking about. It's like we've almost invented our own martial
still
arts
bothered by the
style
shoe
for
thing.
Diablo. And we'd been talking about this for the last few days with all the people that we've met with, and they actually said, "Hey, does it have a name?" And currently it doesn't. So like for those of you at home, if you got ideas,
check out the you know the Spiritborn gameplay, and like, you know, if you have names, suggestions, like,
yeah, we got to
all
name
ears.
this thing.
Exactly, we're all ears.
That's right.
Well, we've heard about, you know, concept.
I was thinking about the shoes. I didn't hear what they
archetype,
don't have a name for.
And now we just heard about animation. I always call it kind of like the frosting on the cake, and that is kind of VFX, and that makes everything kind of pop.
How
a
about
little bit.
Bodhi
How does
McBoatface?
VFX actually play into something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, you know, at this point, VFX is really they're an amazing bridge between like gameplay and the visuals of the game. And they had a really important lift, which was to try to figure out like, how do we represent like the spirit realm and these like elemental spirit guardians like together? What is that fantasy and what is that story we're telling? So Eleni mentioned earlier that like there's this veil, right? So we needed to understand like, how do you get the Jaguar, for example, to like come through this veil, show up in Sanctuary, and exit through the veil? So visually, we're looking at like, what is the spirit realm? So we have this like kind of bluish white mist. They come in through the veil. that bluish white mist kind of like trails off of them. They become physical. The Jaguar is now engulfed in flames. This spirit guardian. It kills everything on the screen that you can that's around it, and then it exits through that veil and kind of like transitions into that blue-white mist again. That's a fantastic story for us to tell, and it also allows us to start to understand like what are our bases with the VFX and how to then ramp up our basic skills to be maybe lean a little more into the elemental side. Our core skills, we start to like kind of blend the two together. Maybe it's like the gorilla fish show up and they look like that spirit element, and then but then you go into the ultimates where it's just like our spectacles like ramped up. And to be honest with you, like when it all comes together, like there is a feel to this class that is really awesome. Kind of like inherently martial arts has a rhythm and a cadence to it. This class has that. It's fantastic to look at. You feel it when you play it, and the art team, they killed it. They did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I gotta give another shout out to the Diablo 4 art team. Absolutely killed it. The Spiritborn is fantastic. It's great to look at, great to play. But Nick, thank you so much for walking us through the creation of the Spiritborn. Reminder for everyone watching from home, we'll actually be holding a Q&A at the end of today's Spiritborn Showcase, similar to how we always do with all our live streams. You can drop your questions in the Diablo Twitch chat, and we will try to get to as many
Twitch
of them
chat
as
only.
possible towards the end of the show.
This is discrimination. Yo, do we get more gameplay? Or we do? Hell yeah. Bro, is monkey build just slams? Kind of okay with it. Or will it be like, I wonder if it'll be like, do you build into one spirit, or you are supposed to use all of them?
I know a lot of people are excited to hear more about how this class actually plays. So next up, we have Bjorn Mikkelsen, class designer, on stage to talk about the gameplay for the Spiritborn.
Hell yeah, Alec.
Bjorn
What's
is
up?
actually here to tell us more about the Spiritborn.
It's all I want.
Class
it's all I want.
And design. And later on, we'll get into some itemization, which I know every fan wants to hear about, because itemization is, of course, incredible, especially within Diablo. Bjorn, welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Can't wait for all the complaints. Oh, the new class is unbalanced.
Yeah, he's going to walk us through all the skills and the gameplay for how it works. So Bjorn, can you kick us off and tell us, a little bit about this new class?
Absolutely. So yeah, just like high level, what is this class? Excellent question.
It's capped at level 100,
so
actually.
Basically, what Spiritborn are, they are these jungle warriors who are empowered by the spirits. They're sort of this dexterity-focused class and sort of masters of martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. And so what they do is, ultimately, all of their actions and their movements, they sort of resonate with the spirits to form sort of these unique combat styles as they're fighting. They sort of
looks so broken. What the fuck?
To hit whatever sort of build they
Gosh, yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
So if you are a current Diablo player right now, or let's say
way to release the new class busted, so everyone has to buy the expansion.
Where would you kind of place
classic Blizzard
speed and aggression of the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I would say Spiritborn is definitely probably our fastest, most aggressive class. It's got multiple gap closers built into its basic attacks. It's got several movement skills, very high damage on those, as well as several ways to upgrade its evade skill as well. It's all about kind of getting on target, and killing it.
Awesome. I know we had footage earlier of within the trailer of players actually being able, and we talked
so long as Barbarian remains
players being able to actually
unpaywalled
Spirit Guardian. So can you
Diablo 4 is not paid
a giant Jaguar into battle or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, kind of in addition to being these master martial artists, because they're empowered by these spirits, you'll see parts of the spirits, but then ultimately with the ultimates, the spirits themselves will show up on the battlefield, and they'll empower you and deal damage.
And it's really the core of the fantasy, right? If we talk about power fantasies, summoning the god into battle is the power fantasy for this class.
What is this, Conan?
One of the things that I really liked about that is that we were getting a bunch of feedback early on about making ultimates more meaningful, and we were actually able to do that with this class ground up.
Awesome. I know people are probably dying to know, okay, let's jump into some Spirit Guardian. So I think this is a great opportunity.
I wonder
Maybe
if there's anything in those mugs.
With, the Jaguar being the first one. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the Jaguar itself?
Sure. Yeah, starting off, Jaguar is a great one. Jaguar is as we've kind of touched on before, it is sort of this manifestation of just like the hunter. It's exhilaration.
Sorry, I barely know her.
It's aggression. It's attacking repeatedly, kind of just constant pressure as it's going.
Bro, that looks so cool.
It's got
pure abs.
ramping mechanics to it. It's got lots of
because they keep rotating out the person on the left side.
The
So
way
like,
we've kind of
do they
translated
bring
this,
their
its
own mug
primary
in,
focus is attack
or do they
speed.
all share?
And it chases that through
And
a new
Adam and the
keyword
middle guy
mechanic
get their
that we
own.
call ferocity. This is a stacking buff that it can generate, usually via Jaguar skills.
I really want to
increase
try
the attack
Absinthe.
speed of all of
I
its
never had it
skills,
before.
but it will also enhance other Jaguar skills, so you can use them more often, reduce their cooldowns, that sort of thing.
Slightly expensive though.
Moving on to an example, I guess, of a Jaguar skill. First off, here's one we have Ravager.
Barely
this
know
is
it,
a
sorry.
new type of skill we're adding to the game called Incarnate skills. They all have a passive and active effect.
Yo,
This
his
one
hands are on
allows you
fire.
to maintain your ferocity at just like a minimum level, so you're all just like a little bit fast. But then when you activate it, you kind of go full Jaguar mode. It gives you additional attacks.
Never go
kind of
full
like
Jaguar
whenever you
mode.
hit something, it does an extra strike. So it can even turn like skills that are like deal a little bit less damage. They can now deal.
But they're
extra
individual
damage
mugs that are
whenever you
getting
hit
swapped out or forgotten, and they probably have
moving
water
on
in
to
them.
another skill, we
Hope
have
so.
Rushing Claw.
I don't know how long the
this
stream's
one
supposed
is
to
the
be.
Jaguar's kind of primary mobility skill.
That
It
looks so
will dash
sick.
through a target and slash everything along the way. And the key to this one is you can kind of use it over and over and over again, like multi-strike your enemies. And
Bro,
then finally,
the
of
race
course,
car build.
we have the ultimate, the Hunter. This will actually manifest the Jaguar onto the battlefield. You'll leap
you
through
wrote
the
it.
air. It's also a movement skill. And when you land, the Jaguar will destroy everything. And it also has upgrades to kind of help chase the kill streak vibe. There's a chance to reset the cooldown after you kill something with it.
Yeah, so if you look at all of these things as a package, you start to see almost a combat archetype built into each Guardian themselves. And that was actually something that was really important to us. So if you were speccing into the Jaguar, it's important to those types of players who do want to keep the attack speed up, that do want to keep their kill streaks going. And you're going to see this as like a through line that each particular Guardian will have their own thing.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the fast, frantic gameplay, and I will say I have a little bit of bias towards the Jaguar for sure. But I know we want to go on to the other Guardians for sure. And for all our tanky friends out there, Bjorn, do you want to walk us through the Gorilla?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yes.
moving on to the Gorilla. The Gorilla.
Walk us
core
through it,
concept
Bjorn.
behind protection and defense, but it's not just like passive defense. This is a
Damn straight.
very active defensive play style where you're shrugging off the damage, but you're also returning it to your attacker.
Break
it's
yourself
really got
upon
this
my
kind of
body.
core of, like retribution also sort of built into it.
Oh, that looks
its
so sick.
core mechanic and stat that we work with is damage reduction. It chases this in two ways. One is through using block, sort of actively blocking damage, as well as a second new keyword and mechanic called resolve. This is also a stacking buff,
Prepare
but this
your
one falls
resolve.
off whenever you get hit, so it's really important to keep stacking it and kind of keep stealing yourself and building your resolve back up. But as long as you have any stacks of it, you get the full damage reduction bonus. So moving on to just a couple examples for Gorilla skills. Starting off, we have Crushing Hand. This is their core spender skill. Kind of just does what it
Just
says.
smack 'em.
Smash your enemies to pieces. Kind of neat
Smoosh
thing
'em.
about it is it's actually two separate attacks that kind of overlap in the middle.
Do
So you can
they
sort of prioritize
shotgun?
a single target and deal double damage to it. Another attacking
Sick.
skill that we have, this one's Payback. This one really leans hard into the sort of aspect of retribution that we have going on. This one will deal a large amount of damage, and that damage will ramp up the more something has hit you. So it's really good for just like ending a fight if you need to. But also like as things are hitting you, that will reduce its cooldown. So kind of you have this flow of like being able to sort of like
Okay, I
end
thought it would
fights,
be
but also kind of
building up
keep hitting
damage
as you
based
go.
on that.
And then finally, again, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Gorilla itself. The skill is
Yes.
called the Protector. It creates a large protected area on the battlefield that will grant you barrier while you're inside of it, as well as
Hell yeah,
several
dude.
other defensive bonuses that you can spec into with it. And the Gorilla will just smash any enemies that try to come and harm you while you're in it.
Yeah, if you like that bruiser archetype, like this is the build for you. It is definitely about that give and take of damage. I mean, you'd said it earlier. Anyone who's been looking for a tank or a tank-like build in Diablo, this is the one that you're going to want to spec into as a part of your kit.
Yeah, it
I don't
sounds
care
like a
about-
really
well, I mean,
unique
tanks
way
are
of
cool
being
too,
able to-
like,
especially for tank players, to
but
like,
monkey.
bring damage to enemies
Monkey.
and stuff like that, which is so awesome. So next, on to our third Guardian. Of course, we have the Eagle. Bjorn, do you want to take us through the
Absolutely.
Eagle?
Yeah, so the Eagle. kind of soaring above it all, we've got this guardian that represents precision and accuracy and kind of finesse. Its ability, its freedom of movement, like a lot of the movement of the class
honestly
is very aggressive, very in your face.
Bjorn's doing so good.
The eagle really is able to kind of take that to another level,
to be able to just like
it wants.
rattle all this shit off.
In addition
like,
to that, it can also sort of like extend its attacks to sort of pseudo-ranged playstyles.
unless they got a very
Really,
sneaky
like,
teleprompter
prioritize
and he's
the
just
target,
reading,
sort of like
but
hit from anywhere.
even still,
So
I think
its
he's
core
doing pretty
stat
good.
that it cares about is movement speed. That allows it kind of, like I said, able to kind of go anywhere it wants and sort of tactically reposition on the battlefield. And it also has several ways to sort of amplify its evade skill, you know, adding damage, that sort of thing to it. So moving into just a couple examples, we of course have to start off with Soar. This is sort of Spiritborn's premier mobility skill. Takes you up into the air, out of the battle for a second, able to dodge mechanics with that if you need to. But also, because the Eagle is all about kind of those big impacts as well.
I think that should be
it'll
expected.
create a target
I never
area
really
where
thought
you're gonna
about it
come
too
down
much.
and
We've seen him
make
use
those
it at their
enemies vulnerable
conventions.
so that it just amplifies the
Gotcha.
damage when you land. Moving on to another example, we have Razor Wings. This is a damaging skill for the Eagle. This one has kind of this cool back and forth where it sends it out, allows you to hit something at range, but because it also returns to you, it sort of rewards you for the tactical positioning.
I never really
on
liked
the
that kind of
battlefield, so you can
ability.
sort of line it up so it'll hit different things as it comes back.
Having to think about the thing I throw
And
after
then,
I
of
throw
course,
it has
our
always been a
ultimate
little
skill,
annoying to me.
The Seeker, bringing in the Eagle itself to just annihilate your enemies with damage. You can cast it anywhere
It's
on the
pretty sick.
battlefield. It charges up and then blasts off. The blast can be upgraded to be a guaranteed critical strike, and while it's on the battlefield, it will also make everything vulnerable for you. This is also like one of the first.
Can't wait to see
ultimates
30
we
of
have,
these
which will have
birds
multiple
and monkeys
charges,
and
so you can kinda use it
leopards and
back to
shit
back or like prioritize a target
spawn
for
on top of
and
like
there's,
every
a lot of
robots
player
ever.
agency
It's
with
gonna
that.
be funny.
Yeah, this is really for that tactical player. You know, where positioning is super important. You don't necessarily want to be constantly in the fray, so you still want to output that damage. Maybe you want to put it in a particular place in the encounter, but you can do it by going in and then you can get right back out. So for those players who really like that tactical positioning, that's what the Eagle is for.
Yeah, it seems like the Eagle gives you that extra freedom of like in mobility, so you can kind of move in and out, especially with things like Soar, which is sick to see for sure.
It's one of my
So
favorites.
unique for Diablo 4 for sure on that end. Last but not least, of course, this is probably our most unique Spirit Guardian, and probably one that I'm sure a lot of people are like looking at and going like, oh, this has got to be crazy, and that is the Centipede. So Bjorn, how's the Centipede play out?
Yeah, so moving to the Centipede. The Centipede's very unique. It
I mean,
represents
right
this
there,
sort of
he
abstract
definitely wasn't
concept of the
reading
cycle
anything.
of life and death, and the way we've kind of chosen to interpret that is that it's sort of this epicenter of attrition, but it's also like really about just kind of like this endless or inescapable sort of persistence, and that's like really bad for your enemy, but kind of really good for you. So it kind of, its core mechanics that it works with that persistence is damage over time, poisoning, crowd controls, that sort of thing, but then it uses those things to sort of empower and sustain itself. So also
Hey,
like
yo.
leeching life and that sort of thing back to you, sort of
I
draining
wanted
your
to see
enemies
that beam go all the
as
way
you kill them.
around.
So moving on to just a quick example, Stinger is our core skill for the Centipede.
Bro,
This
again,
one does
I barely
a large
know
amount
her.
of damage in a
on
small
now.
area in front of you. But the sort of interesting thing about it is that that damage will also echo out to any nearby poisoned enemies. So it kind of has this adaptive, like
Oh, so it's like
dynamic like range that it has, sort of depending on
That
like,
one
how
thing
much
in
you've been
PoE.
spreading your poisons around the field. So it can like
You know,
basically
the
like
thing.
hit the whole screen if you really want to. Another skill example that we have would be Scourge. Scourge kind of takes that sort of like oppressive control that the Centipede has, and it will fear and it will slow and poison enemies and sort of disrupt any kind of like strategies they might have going on and just sort of allow you to turn the tables on them. And then finally, we have the ultimate skill, bringing in the Centipede itself onto the battlefield. This is the Devourer. Poison laser beams, globs of poison everywhere.
It's pretty sick.
Just the Centipede kind of wrecking the entire battlefield. It's got upgrades which will also allow it to instantly execute enemies who have been fully poisoned, sort of helping the cycle of life and death to speed up a little bit there.
Yeah, this is clearly our most Diablo Guardian that we have. It's becoming a fan favorite.
I mean, it
very
does have
quickly.
kind of the same
Where
head shape,
People who've
you know?
gotten a hands-on with it have a lot to say about it. But the cool thing about this one is we took on a really unique design challenge. Like, how do you take a concept of damage over time, dealing damage, regenerating life, and make that kind of the core of an entire archetype. I thought you guys did a fantastic job at getting it there. For those type A players who really want to manipulate the field and keep that damage up and keep that resilience going, this is definitely that class for you.
Yeah, I have to call out. It's so crazy seeing a giant centipede behind me right now, but I know a lot of players at home are probably looking at each of these 4 Spirit Guardians and they're going like, hey,
Yo, wait.
this is probably
That's
the
actually
one I'm gonna
behind
go
them?
with, just seeing some
Yep.
of the gameplay and some of the play styles.
Or
But
I just
think
kind of
one
assumed
big
it was a
question
green
that
screen.
probably a lot of people have is, are you kind of forced to go down one of these, or can you actually do some mix and match, or how does that work?
You know, freedom of choice is really important for this class. So if you want to go all in on one of them, go for it. Like, there's no problem in doing that. There's benefits that you can see from it, but there's also
yeah,
benefits from mixing and matching. Like we
I mean, I guess
wanted
they do have that
adaptability
Microsoft money.
and hybridization
Why not?
to be at the core of this class. So it's been a goal from the very beginning to actually get that there. So when you get hands-on
yeah,
with
dude.
this, like, you're going to want to experiment. We want you to experiment. We know that there's going to be.
I mean, it
many
is kind of
goals
a
that are
green
very
screen, but
emergent,
like,
and I actually can't wait to see some of the cool stuff that people.
that's just
come
because
up
there's
with
green
once it's
stuff
live.
on it, not because it's
Yeah,
like an
exactly.
actual one.
Like,
They had all this
at its
before
heart,
Microsoft,
Spiritborn
but that
is
doesn't
really
change the
all
fact that
about,
they
like,
do have Microsoft money.
personalization, sort of expressing
That does
yourself.
not disprove
like,
what I said.
Whichever spirit sort of resonates with you, we really want to allow you to mix and match them kind of to your heart's content, and sort of make
My
that
heart's content.
play style choice.
My
like,
heart is only
fully
content
customizable
with the
and
monkey.
The primary way that we're doing that,
Just
or the
like it was
main way
only
that we're
content
doing
with
that
the
is
bear in
Spiritborn's,
season 0
class mechanic called Spirit
or
Hall. The way the
pre-season,
Spirit Hall
whatever.
works is you start your journey off by choosing one of 4 bonuses. At the top, the primary bonus. This is a massive bonus that will add sort of a thematic effect to all of your skills of that type. So like an effect like the Jaguar will add extra strikes and that
Thorns.
sort of thing
I
to
saw
all your
thorns.
Jaguar skills. But a subtle but very important
And
extra piece
barrier.
of this is that we'll also
Nice.
add that spirit's tag to your entire skill kit. So every single part of your skill kit now has the Jaguar skill. And so even if you want to use like centipede skills, you can still sort of hook into various parts of the Jaguar using this bonus.
Interesting.
Then later on in your journey, you will unlock a second bonus. This is a set of 4 distinct bonuses from the first. Each of these kind of has a tie-in with the sort of core mechanics of each of the spirits. So we mentioned before sort of the new keywords that we were introducing, like with the Jaguar has ferocity, the Gorilla has resolve, those sorts of things. These give you an opportunity to sort of mix those into your kit, regardless of like if you are using those specific skills or not, and sort of like add that extra layer on top of your build. And when you're choosing these spirits, these can absolutely be the same. You can pick Gorilla and Gorilla, Jaguar, Jaguar, or you can mix and match them.
I'm a simple man.
And it's really important that like they all kind of flow and work together.
So if you look at the nesting doll effect that we have of your skill tree, your class mechanic, this can get complicated very quickly. And so one of the things that the team took on was this idea of finding what resonates most with each guardian and how do we create some level of overlap so that we can have some synergies between all of them.
Yeah, exactly. As we hit, like each of these has like very clear themes, right? You've got the Jaguar with its attack speed, you've got the Gorilla with its protection. You can definitely build into those, but it was important for us to sort of establish that these spirits, they don't exist like in isolation from each other. They have overlap. They have things that they both care about, and that allows us to sort of create these very hybrid-esque builds that work together. You know, just like an example, right? You've got like the Jaguar is a hunter. It's all about aggression and kind of chaos. And that's a thing. It loves that. But as a hunter, you're also sort of providing, you're also sustaining yourself, which is a thing that the centipede also loves to do. And so they both care about healing, and they both have like different hooks that they can do for that. And so you can really like, if you're looking to get more healing into your build, you can add some centipede, you can add some Jaguar, mix them together, you can make an entire build about healing that is centipede and Jaguar. These aren't like prescribing ways to build, but they're more so just like, they're overlapping stats that allow them to sort of communicate with each other. So just a couple examples. We have, for instance, if you want to build like the Gorilla, Gorilla's a lot of protection, Jaguar's a lot of sort of chaotic, constant damage. So when you mix those two together, you get this sort of like
that punch is so cool.
You can just kind of go toe to toe.
I just wish it were like bigger.
And they sort of like dip into the stat of dodge.
Don't give me
because dodge
knee-sized monkey,
is a
give
little
me
bit
giant
inherently
monkey
a
to punch
slightly more
stuff in the
RNG,
face
a little
with.
bit more chaotic, kind of Jaguar, but it also kind of has that damage mitigation. And so you kind of combine them together, and you have this very like retribution, but also fast-paced playstyle.
Not gonna lie,
example would
Monkey
be
is kind of
potentially,
looking like Monk
if we think
from
about
Diablo
like, the
3,
Centipede
at
and
least
the
what
Eagle.
little bit I
The Centipede's
remember
all about sort of
seeing of
debilitating
it.
your enemies and like
I never
making
really
them
played it
weaker.
myself.
And the Eagle's all about like kind of finding those weak points and like getting these high damage, you know, bursts off. So when you add those two together, they both care about vulnerable and sort of like turning the tables on all of your enemies. And so adding that together kind of creates this character that's sort of just able to like prioritize a target, weaken it, and then just like cull it from the battlefield.
Yeah, it's. I'm so glad Bjorn brought all these like really good examples for us. He's got a lot of footage for us to go through. It's awesome to see all these skills and how they work with the actual Spirit Guardians. And of course, the big popular topic that comes with every single class is itemization. And I know we have a lot to talk about with legendary aspects and some uniques.
That's
as
the
well.
exciting part. I want to see how it
Bjorn,
changes all
Brent,
that.
Like, how does itemization work with Spiritborn?
Yeah, we all know that itemization is the heart of the game, right? And as we've been moving through our itemization journey with this game, we've had a really great opportunity to fold in all the feedback and how that applies to the Spiritborn as we've been developing. And one of the cool things that we did was took the opportunity to actually lean into the things that you get from items and see how they build into the spirit's abilities themselves. So we're going to show a few examples of that. Now this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of really cool stuff coming, but we thought we'd do a really quick breakdown and show you what that looks like.
Yeah, so just hitting a couple examples, you know, we have added this large suite of Spiritborn legendaries and uniques to the game. But just to break down kind of some of our thoughts as we were working with them, sort of the types of legendaries you can expect to see. You know, one example, as we were just speaking about sort of these hybridization things, there's a lot of different stats in our game and sort of making them work together, not just like work together, but like be cool together. So we kind of have this category of items that will sort of interweave a couple of different stats. Secondly, we have our power augmentation legendaries. These just kind of let you take like your favorite skill and ascend it to its final form and just kind of like go crazy with it. And then thirdly, we have sub-powers.
More
These
monkey,
are sort of things
bigger
like,
monkey.
We think of them
That's
like
all I
rogue
want.
grenades, barbarian, dust devils. These are sort of things you can sort of build around. They're sort of almost like skills, but they don't exist in your skill tree as things you can put on your bar. And then finally, we have our unique items, which are there to enable you to sort of make the craziest builds you can think of. So moving on to a couple examples, just kind of one for each real quick. We have Tormentors. This is an example of a hybridization legendary. This one interweaves poisoning and thorns together, kind of in an interesting way that'll allow you to apply your thorns, you know, in a different way than
That's
just
a good
like
adjective
having
for
something hit you all the time. It's great. You can probably see the connection. Gorilla, Centipede, they'll love this sort of thing. Moving on to an example of a power augmentation, we have Bristling Vengeance. This takes the payback seal that we kind of hit on before. Usually it's like a smaller AoE like right in front of you.
This is actually
hits one enemy, but this one really allows it to sort of like
bear
extend
skill.
its range, hit multiple enemies, as
Don't
well as
remember the
apply
name
your
of it.
thorns over an area. And then thirdly, we have an example of one of our sub-powers. This one's called a Pestilent Swarm. The cool thing that we're kind of trying to out with each of our sub-powers is there are multiple legendaries for them, and they sort of allow you to customize how they work. So there's like one that'll let your Pestilent Swarm like poison enemies, one that'll make it spiral, one that'll even make it orbit. You can sort of like combine those, like you can have it orbit and spiral, or poison. You can just have it shoot off, kind of whatever works for your build. We really want people to be able to experiment and play with those sub-powers. And then just a couple of teasers, some of our uniques. These are some unique boots that basically allow you to override your evade skill with Soar. Just get the ultimate amount of mobility you can think of.
That's actually
the neat
crazy.
thing about that is also
And
that
it has
allows
3
you
maximum evade
potentially,
charges.
Like, to take Soar off your bar. You can't let it go, but you at least kind of get to keep it with you in that evade slot. And then another example would be our unique quarterstaff. Which is one of the 2 weapons we're adding with the Spiritborn. This one sort of allows you to ramp up your basic attacks. Spiritborn's basic attacks are a little bit special. They're kind of really cool. They're these 3-hit combos, and each 3rd hit does like a special thing. And this specific unique basically lets you get that 3rd attack all the time. So then we have to take their 3rd attack and make it a triple version that almost turns them into a different skill entirely.
Yeah, this is awesome. Seeing all the couple of examples of uniques. As Brent mentioned, this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
I personally would take the Soar boots all day. You know, being able to use Soar as an evade is absolutely amazing. But I want to give a
honestly,
huge thanks to
teleporting
Bjorn for
all
walking
over
us
the
through all
place would be
the
sick.
skills, especially associated with the Spirit Guardians, and of course the itemization across the whole entire class. We will actually have an extensive look for the entire community after the show on our blog. It will provide a great amount of detailed mention here immediately following the stream, so you can check it out and do a deeper dive with the Spiritborn yourself.
Okay,
Now
but
we're
we
going to
got
bring back everyone to get into our Q&A for all things Spiritborn.
Okay, thank God. I was worried they were gonna make it take until after 3 o'clock. I got a PoE stream to watch. Dear goodness.
And so making sure that we were building something from the ground up from Nahantu was really the driving factor of this, and we're very proud of where we landed at today.
Awesome. Another question that this is everyone. This is the first time you guys are explaining. This is everyone's favorite moment where I butcher Twitch names like.
Yo, they do all have their own
but,
cups. The question's been answered.
Wait, the lore. Like, where have the Spiritborn been in D3, D2? Why are they not fighting Mephisto themselves?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before. Like, this is a religion that has been building up over time. They're a little more secluded, and really one of the things that we looked at is like the early exploration of Akrat, right?
Yeah.
Like, there wasn't much development that was going in, so that was like a new frontier for us to work with.
Yeah, and in general, the Spiritborn, which you'll notice when you do play the game, they are very scattered throughout Nahantu. It's not like they have this massive presence where you walk in and you're like, there they are. You know, it's like a little different than that. They're hidden, they're in the jungle, and they don't necessarily
I was
wanna
gonna
be
call
seen.
her out for not
But
having
this has
green
sort
on
of
her shoes
been
either,
the idea
but
this
she's got green
entire time.
fingernails, so
It takes a lot of devotion to be a Spiritborn.
It makes
this
up
isn't
for it.
something that you can hop in
Dude
and
on the
out
left
of.
does have white
So
shoes
when
and no
we
green
talk
fingernails.
about being a Spiritborn, these are people who have devoted their entire lives to be doing this one thing, and that's what they're doing in Nahantu. They're not exploring really.
I know we've actually gotten a few questions about this specifically. And this is a pretty good question for Bjorn and Nick, because a lot of people have noticed, like, hey, quarterstaff and new weapons. Like, what are the new weapon types for Spiritborn specifically?
Sure. Yeah, Spiritborn's bringing 2 new weapons with it. First off, we have the glaive, kind of its premier weapon that you see in all the key art. That's really the weapon for like a hunter. It's great for like taking down priority enemies. It's got built-in elite damage, that sort of thing.
That's what
and
the
then
implicit
second
is.
weapon we're adding is the quarterstaff. This is a faster weapon that they can use to
What about a
even
half
sort
staff?
of like add like block chance and that sort of thing to it. So it's almost like a little bit of a pseudo defensive weapon, but it's also got very high attack speed.
Yeah, from a fantasy standpoint, it was really cool to like try to create weapons that made sense for, again, like Brent mentioned, like where the class is from. So like, you know, a glaive makes a lot of sense for like cutting through the jungle, you know, being an aggressive weapon, being an attack-based weapon. The quarterstaff is really cool because it's like, you could imagine like, how do they train with this? They probably found like really strong branches from like trees that were really important to them, and they start to like train with that, and eventually they kind of start to perfect that craft and that bow staff. So there's a lot of really cool fantasy that we can, like, the art team can really dig into.
It also looks cool.
Yeah.
Like just to be
Valid.
frank, like
True.
we're talking about a martial arts class, like
Yeah.
having the bow staff or the glaive to like really extend some of those key poses that we got with the martial arts stuff that we put into the game. I mean, it looks really good.
Yeah, it's awesome to see like new weapons for the Spiritborn with Vessel of Hatred. So another question that we have here, this is from Bucko351. Easy name. Question, what's the difference between the Spiritborn and the Druid class? The Druid class currently has bonds with like the stag, the wolf, the eagle, and the snake. Like what's kind of the changes between that and something like the Spiritborn?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Spiritborn, you're not necessarily turning into this animal that we're talking about. This is a spirit guardian that lives in the spirit realm, and you're channeling this spirit guardian, and the manifestation that we're talking about is what comes out. So when we talk about like ferocity or something, that's something that you see in the jungle, right? So you have this jaguar that's recognizable, and that's this manifestation. It's the best way to show that. So if we had a different belief, then it would manifest in a different way. Versus the druid, you sort of really encompass the entire animal.
And you see that in the gameplay quite a bit, where I think, Nick, you were mentioning before, where it's like, yeah, I have this bond with the centipede. When I call him in, I call the centipede in to deal with this side of the combat, and then I go off and I start managing the other side of the combat. So you really see this like combat partnership between the Guardians and
I was a little worried it
Spiritborn,
was
which
going to
is
be like
incredibly unique.
druid too.
We
Not
got
that
a
it's a
question
bad
here
thing to
from
have two
Pat
druids.
the
but,
Dewey.
you know.
They're asking, we've seen 4 Spirit Guardians. Are there other Spirit Guardians that were considered potentially?
Yeah, look, I'll spill the beans. I'll talk about it. You know, when we're choosing the spirits, we played around with a lot of concepts. Super abstract stuff that weren't animal-based. We talked about, okay, if I'm from the jungle, these things would probably represent things I know, which brought us to
Let me drop a
animals.
volcano on Lilith's
And
head.
when we think about protection and strength, we originally had some conversations around an elephant. Like, what does an elephant mean? If there's a animal that represents like family and protection the most, the elephant is one of those. The gorilla was also being talked about at the same time, and they mean the same thing. So when we looked at them side by side, that
Honestly,
really came down to like which one can convey the best
they
powers,
made the right
which
choice.
gives
W
you the right
gorilla.
movement and visuals that you would need for the power set itself.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I was
go
just gonna
ahead.
say,
Yeah,
like, we spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, there's a lot of collaboration, and sometimes art will inform design, design will inform art. So I think this is a great spot where, like Brian was saying, like, we're looking at a lot of different things, but like when you think about Nahantu, when you think about like the canopy of the jungle, and you start thinking about how does that protect what's in the jungle, like the gorilla just made a lot of sense, like thematically. So like we start to find those moments, right? And you think about the centipede, it's like there's like the ground and the roots of the jungle, like what comes up, there's insects. So, you know, we spent a lot of time like exploring that. But when you think about the gameplay connection, poisons, fears, right? The centipede, that this like life and death kind of cycle they talked about, like the centipede makes a lot of sense. So we really start to try to connect
Call
the
it a
dots in really
sensipede.
interesting ways. And those are the ones that really stick.
fictionally, the idea that these things are created based on human beliefs, we believe in more than 4 things, right? So the idea that we could expand this out well beyond the class, we've developed more lore than you're actually going to see in the game for the Spiritborn, because we want this thing to live beyond just Diablo 4.
Awesome. I know we this one's a little bit for Bjorn. We'll test his skill knowledge here, but
Bro,
question from
don't test
Turney
Bjorn's
Fire
skill
was,
knowledge. He knows it all.
Does the echoing poison effect work on enemies not poisoned by you? Is there like a radius limit? Like how does it work specifically?
Yeah, there's a small radius limit to it, but that can be extended through things like tempering and that sort of thing. It will do any poisoned enemies on the screen.
Oh, nice. That sounds crazy. So yeah, and then we have a question from Crawling Out of the Spiral.
Still trying to think of that PoE skill that works kind of like that.
Did Mephisto
I guess
know
it would be
about
like
the veil between Sanctuary and the Spirit Realm, and like the corruption within
Contagion.
the jungles during Diablo 2? Like, was
more
he
like
sense
the
it
consecrated
during that
ground
time?
thing
I know
that
we had talked about
bursts
like,
and
Spirit
causes
Realm
damage
being
to stuff
pure
causing
and, like,
standing on
untouched
consecrated
place,
ground.
So.
Yeah, we can definitely assume that Mephisto knew there was something there. When it comes to the lore of Nahantu, there are a lot of protection that happened during Mephisto's corruption. He wasn't able to break through the veil, so that is something that, you know, that's why it's so dire now. But definitely he
Purifying
had
Flame,
this
that's the
feeling
one.
for sure.
Question for not MVP. How does the resource for the Spiritborn work? Do they generate it like passively, or how does that work specifically?
Sure. The Spiritborn's primary resource is called Vigor. It does not inherently recharge passively. You'll generate it by using your basic attacks. But sort of like the key with Spiritborn being very customizable, like one of the first choices that you'll be able to make in your tree with your basic attacks is you can sort of like customize like how you will build the spirit beyond that, whether it's like by poisoning enemies or by blocking damage, that sort of thing, to really like kind of make the resource work the way you want it to work. And then later on, there are also some uniques that will allow you to further customize sort of like how your build influences the resource generation.
Awesome. I know we just talked about the weapons and stuff, and there's like follow-up questions of like, are the Spiritborn only using two-handed weapons for this class?
Yes.
The short answer.
Yes. They are. The other question that we're getting
Simple
is,
question, simple
is
answer.
there like a special quest for before you can actually start a Spiritborn or create a Spiritborn? Or are there quests that are maybe specific to the class itself?
Yeah, well, we're going to definitely be introducing the class mechanic similarly to the way that we introduced it with the other classes. As far as the beginning of the story is concerned, you know, we really want to jump straight into continuing the chapter of hatred, right? Like what happened when Narel left. We want to jump right into it, get right back into the story, and so we're going to pick up from the perspective where Narel left off.
Awesome. That was a question from Agar. I forgot to throw out the name. I do want to give people shout outs when they do actually ask the names. The Grim Knot asks, does the Spiritborn have ties maybe with the Witch Doctor in any type of way from Diablo 3?
Not at all. When Brent is talking about creating something new, that's what we wanted to do with the Spiritborn. That
Just
also
because they're
meant
both
really
green.
diving into lore
What was
and
Witch
figuring
Doctor
out
like greenish?
a separation for freshness. We wanted to still bring in things that were familiar from D2 and just lore in general that we know about, but when it comes to the Spiritborn class and the traditions of the Spiritborn, they're very new. You get a chance to explore it in the game, and you'll see that they're very different.
Awesome. Azeron Blood Moon asks, how much is the monk inspired into the gameplay of the Spiritborn?
You know, it's we always look back and we can find like a lot of reference, or we can be inspired by things we've made.
I didn't really remember
like when you play the
much
class,
about the
you'll
Witch
see it's
Doctor other
extremely
than
different.
like the
It's
spiders
so
and
unique,
the.
it's so fresh, and it kind of carves its own space in our kind of lineup. That after an inspirational point,
I think that
maybe
was
of,
my favorite
like
D3
martial
class,
arts,
though.
that's the core. It just kind of goes off in its own direction and kind of redefines that space.
We're gonna. Oh, sorry. Go.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
definitely want to add to that. Is like I don't want to be shy about the fact that we know what works mechanically in the game, and so we're constantly looking at inspiration for the existing classes, for the new classes, on what works what works best. Take that inspiration and then like take a right turn and actually amplify it or take it into a slightly new direction that makes it very different.
I know we have time for one more question. This is a question for everyone here. What is everyone's favorite spirit? I've already revealed mine, which is Jaguar. But like, what is everyone's favorite spirit guardian here for the Spiritborn?
I mean, I can start. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna say 2. I love the Jaguar as well. But it's just a little bit too chaotic for me, like inherently, and so I love to just like mix the Eagle in there as well, just for a little bit more control, a little bit more like freedom.
Gorilla. I mean,
that's my dude
when
right
I saw
there.
it show up on screen, beat its chest, and it was just awesome. It was like, that's it.
He gets it.
We're like wrestling buds, you know, where we talk about wrestling all the time. I'm not surprised Nick is about like the gorilla. Not surprised.
My favorite guardians are Quatli, the eagle, and Balazon, the centipede. I just love the poison, and it's sick. Like, it looks crazy.
Yeah, for me, Jaguar, like it started with that iconic piece. Yeah, sorry, we're gonna have to share a little bit.
Hold on a second.
But like the movement, it's such a pace changer for the game. Like once you get into it, it's got a very addictive flow. And so I'm all in on the Jaguar.
Ripping through them hell tides.
Awesome to hear everyone's favorite Spirit Guardians. I do want to thank you all for
Adam, what's your favorite?
For this Q&A.
I guess we had it spoiled.
Close out the stream, we did want to let everyone know that we'll be sharing more about Vessel of Hatred at Gamescom this year on August 20th. But you'll actually have a chance to attend Gamescom yourself and play the Spiritborn in person. We're actually sending 5 lucky players to Cologne, Germany to play the Spiritborn at our Gamescom booth in person. Make sure to check out our Instagram at PlayDiablo and read our blog for full details on the contest after the show. Everyone on the Diablo team is incredibly excited for you to check out the new class coming with Vessel of Hatred on October 8th. And of course, you can pre-purchase the expansion now. Stick around to check out our Diablo creators, Rax, Woody, Macro BioBoy, and Fame. They're actually upstairs right now, streaming live here at Xbox Studios with Spiritborn gameplay.
Aha, it
Also,
is
shout
Microsoft
out to
money.
Xbox
I was
Studios
right.
for hosting us. We really appreciate it. And of course, you can check out Kind of Funny Games after the stream, where they'll be live chatting with Rod Ferguson, GM of the Diablo franchise.
Oh no, they're putting Rod
Brent,
back on screen.
Eleni, Nick,
We gotta
Bjorn,
get the
thank you for
PoE
being
stream
here
on
to
before
walk
they
us
do
through
that.
the Spiritborn. And thank you all and everyone at home for tuning in. We'll see you in Nahantu.
Guarantee they have to say that. No, it's Xbox Studio. He said it. They can't lie on a marketing stream. It'd be false advertising. All right, I'm pretty interested. So wait, what was Rax just restreaming? No, they're actually just playing it. The question is, like, if I restream Rex, am I gonna get like a takedown notice? Probably not, right? It should be fine.
How is that? Up or down from there? That's
Yo, he's not playing monkey. We gotta find someone else.
Camera back, thank you.
Hey, it's me, I'm
So
alive.
what I'm gonna do
Wow.
here is I actually have builds already made. It's
Where's
gonna be
Woody?
2 minutes, and then we're gonna get to play like the new areas, and we're gonna go do it real quick. So I'm gonna do this as fast as I can. It's gonna go real quick. The balancing they have not gotten.
Bro, where's the Diablo in the thumbnail? Hey yo, someone hack into it.
Okay, let me try to restart this. I closed the game earlier and then have to log in again. Previously, they were already like.
They forgot to
logged
check
in,
the keep me
basically,
logged in button.
and I didn't have to do that. But then I closed it because of the live stream, so that was a mistake, I guess. Otherwise, I'll just call someone real quick.
Hacking, entering mainframe. Woody's a Blizzard employee confirmed. Literally every Woody thumbnail. Is it?
Okay, we did it. Okay, all good.
It actually is.
So here, these are the these are preset characters,
Nice.
and I think this is also what you're gonna see on Gamescom, by the way, in case you're going there. We're gonna start with the Eagle.
Honestly,
Gonna be my first character.
it's not bad.
You can't change
I might have to do
everything.
that. Never think about it again.
Okay, let me see. Let me tell me, guys, if the sound is fine. Like, is the volume okay? Game sound.
Sound is
audio
every bit as
on.
fine as you are, Woody.
So, let me know. It might be a bit too loud, actually.
Actually,
For me,
it
it's
is
too
a
I
little
gotta
loud.
say. One sec.
Just don't close the game again,
Oh, yeah,
please.
I actually reset the. Okay, let me just like do that real quick.
Greetings.
I think this is probably fine. Yeah, game is too loud. Okay, so we're gonna load this a bit lower so we don't get blasted.
Woody can afford to do that. It's true. He's got name recognition.
Okay. So that's a Spiritborn, guys. First time.
No,
Skill tree.
I like the
So
way
as
I
said,
do it
we are
now.
level 30. Let me just see like the.
Raw.
specification here, what do we got?
I'll just use the same one for a couple of streams and then change it. I wouldn't want my live section to look like that on my channel.
Movement skill is really awesome, by the way. The
If
skill.
it works, it works, but
Rushing Claw is a badass.
I just rather a little variety.
So we are here in. This is the region, guys.
Hey, yo.
Nahantu. It's like a full.
He's dying.
uh,
Not hardcore
it's like a
viable.
full
Omega
extra
Low.
region. There's actually parts blocked off here. This is also part of it. There's like something here that we can't discover, and also here, I guess, is like campaign.
It looks like it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass to run around in on a horse.
And,
But
you
I
see
mean, it is
compared to, like,
jungle.
for example, Havazar, Fracture Peaks. It actually seems larger than the others.
I thought it was gonna be like an island way to the north, because that's where Nerel went, wasn't it?
Good timing.
Also, what's that purple objective? What's that?
And that's the spirit hall here. So he swapped the spirits. I think they showed us right earlier. So you have these 4 different choices. There's one primary spirit and one secondary spirit. The primary always gives you this X attack. All skills are now Jaguar skills. All skills are now Eagle skills, and so on. So this it allows like a lot of the combinations you can do with the class. We played
Play
yesterday
monkey.
for like 4 hours. It's a bit loud. Okay, we can change that again. Yeah, let's make sure that the voice is not being too overpowered here by the game, I guess.
There's a world map if I want to look at it. Sanctuary world.
Closer like this. So it should be better now. Music only. Music is blasting. Okay, let's do this. Alright. Well, this is just a preset here, but you can adjust stuff. I have not 100% sure what is like. We have some legendaries here.
Oh.
Okay. It is a cool legendary here, the rebounding aspect. So Quill Volley.
Yo.
Can you use it? No, we have it on a weapon.
Well, this
so I can't use
place?
it without, but basically it's
Gonna be sick as hell.
animation. Usually they just
That
fly
place?
out,
Also
and now
gonna
they
be
also
sick
come
as
back,
hell.
and they explode. Okay.
I don't know about these places, but
Okay, I wanted to show you some cool stuff with the Razor Wings, right? So Razor
okay,
Wings is this
let's
skill.
actually watch the
Just
stream,
like,
shall we?
floating glaive that just flies out and comes back. So I'm gonna show you something there.
Show me monkey.
You have to respec this. This is a Jaguar ult. It's called the Hunter. You saw it earlier in the preview. And it doesn't have to be this one actually. We can do it with another one as well. But what you can do is you can do this.
Oh.
You shoot 3 of them at the same time, which is pretty awesome.
And they spin
And
around.
here
You don't have
there's,
to drag them all over the
interesting
place.
little passive point. It says upon casting an ultimate skill, the last potency defensive focus skill is free to cast, and you can do this up to 3 seconds. And then it gets pretty wild. So I'm gonna show you guys that. This is something that I remember from earlier, and chat people were like saying that, oh man, it looks so cool. I'm gonna show you something really cool. So
I'm
let me
ready.
just take out
Show
the
me.
points, yeah? So let's just take that. I don't know what this is. Start to find some elites. So this is what that looks like.
Bro, didn't they just nerf Whirlwind for that reason?
It's usually like a 30 seconds cooldown. So you have to use that and then use the ultimate. And then you can use it like how often you want in 3 seconds. So that's what that looks like.
That's sick as hell though.
I love it, but it comes back like very slowly. I mean, we can use the Jaguar. The cool thing about the Hunter is, you'll see that again, like we can use the Hunter. Oh shit, I actually... Okay, now it does my Russian Claw, you see? This is like also one of these categories, potency skill. So it actually reset this. So basically, it says the last cast potency skill. So in that case, I have to press the Razor Wings, like this, and then ultimate, and then ding, 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 ding. And then you run. No, look.
Dear goodness.
Man. That's really cool stuff. And the cool thing is the Hunter, it resets itself whenever you kill something, so you can do it again. Yeah. Twisting bugs. Yeah, you're gonna see the centipede later. So let me just like, I have double Jaguar now. You can actually combine the 2 spirits, by the way. You can do Jaguar primary and Jaguar secondary, for example, or you can like do whatever you want here. So that's like cool combos. Now, where did we go? We can go down here. There's like Helltide going on. There's dungeons as well. You can try some dungeons. They made a lot of cool new bosses and stuff. Maybe we can go into a dungeon. Is there one here? Yeah, Forge of Malice. I did it yesterday, but I don't remember which one it was exactly. We can go in there.
Damn, was he even paying attention? That mount looks cool. I bet that's the pre-order one.
It does have maybe some Amazon-like mechanics, like with this 2-handed weapon and so on. But it doesn't have a bow. It's only 2-handed glaives, quarterstaffs, and I think pole arms. Show the main city. We can go to Kurast. It's Kurast Bazaar.
Hey yo, the deep recess.
But,
Let's go.
oh, you can use this. Actually, wait a minute. There's something else I want to try. Oh, no, okay, that's all good. All good. What I do like though is this skill. It's called the Ravager, which is a focus skill and an incarnate skill. So it has like this passive and active ability, and every time you strike something, you do like extra strikes. I think they also showed this earlier, which is really cool.
Wait, so if you combine that with the other thing that makes the billion projectiles,
And he also has plus 30% vigor, which is very nice while it's active. And we remove, we don't need counter attack here. It's like a defensive skill that gives you extra dodge and stuff. Not really necessary currently, I'd say. Yeah, we can do that. And then we can go real fast with that. And you're gonna see that kind of the pace of this character. So let me do that. I need to kind of remember. Actually, okay, this is fine. I can do this. What is our key passive here? Adaptive stances. Yeah, these are the key passes. There's really cool stuff. There's, for example, Noxious Resonance. It gives you like some crit and poison combo. So that's kind of interesting. Like that's something.
Poison explosions.
Prodigy's tempo. You can reset your cooldowns basically with spamming core skills.
And it increased by 2% for each of its ranks. That's crazy.
Rushing Claw, which is our mobility skill, so we can try that. There's adaptive stances where you kind of like you get a bonus for using a skill, and then when you swap the bonus to another skill type, you get another extra bonus. And Vital Strikes is like some huge
100% increased damage to vulnerable.
Extra
Sick.
bonus and extra damage, but it removes the vulnerable, so I have to constantly apply one.
Oh, okay.
And then remove it and do some extra damage. So that's kind of interesting as well. But we're gonna be experimenting with all of these.
At least there's a really solid downside to that.
There might be some other tweaks I do on the fly, but I'll try to explain everything I can.
Explain the monkey, Woody.
Yeah, the cool part about this Jaguar ult is it constantly resets. When you kill something, you have a 15% chance to reset it. So you can like just, you know, here's the Jaguar, and you see here we killed something, you can do it again, bam, bam, bam. And but it only resets while it's active, so it doesn't just, you know, sometimes it can go on cooldown. It doesn't just always reset. Let's pick up these legendaries here because this will help us to make builds or something. You know, this one. This is an old one. I got a Moonrise there. Corner stuff. Ah, this is actually an interesting one. So here's like an example of a really interesting legendary. The what is that? Starving Ravagers. So Ravager is the skill that I just put in my bar with this active and passive thing, and now this becomes permanently active, but it drains vigor. So that's kind of interesting as well. So you constantly have these extra strikes, for example. So when I press this, it says unleash a savage roar, causing all attacks to trigger additional strikes. So basically, when I do this and then just left click, it was just like hit them again with some extra damage basically all the time. And when I, for
just
example,
multiple
use
hits.
my Eagle skill here, the Quill Volley, like this, it will then hit them all multiple times and gets pretty wild. Yeah, for level 30, this is actually, it feels kind of strong and fast already. And you can go pretty ham for sure. The crazy part about this Rushing Claw is this is like our movement skill here that I use to like dash in. It gets 4 charges every 20 seconds. And you can kind of just like dash around, and then you can use Ferocity. I think this is actually not spec right now. Let me check that. Yes. So this is what you have to do. I'm not sure why the Priest doesn't have that. If you, in case you play this on Gamescom, the first.
Hey, what's up, Vivo?
Invasive Rushing Claw.
It's good to see you again. Yeah, man.
First guide here. You take that. And this will reset the cooldown. You can spend your Ferocity stacks. You see they're ticking down here.
Oh, I thought Ferocity was gonna be like those stats were gonna be
Rushing Claw. You see I'm just like rushing.
pseudo extra stats, not like stacking things.
You have to have a target. You can't just rush into nowhere.
Can't wait to find the legendary power that says this doesn't need a target anymore.
And you can get the cooldown back. You see it's 1 charge and then boom, it resets to 4. And it's 1 charge, and okay, this time I didn't get enough hits. So it's not like 100% consistent necessarily.
Will we start this season?
It's pretty cool for like open world content.
If you mean the next Diablo season, then
it's gonna be wild.
I'll probably do like Sorcerer or Rogue, or maybe do Druid again. I'll do something I haven't done. If you mean PoE, I was thinking Divine Ire.
Basic attacks, they have like a little like, you know, jump forward.
Either that or I'll yeah, maybe we start Divine Ire and
it's like kind of built into all of them.
Try and make a Delve build later. I don't think Delve is really something you league start.
Actually pulls enemies to you. You can also pull enemies to that. Let me see that.
Unless you're like a Delve person and
so
I just don't have that kind of history.
It will pull ranged enemies a little bit to you. It's not that crazy.
What about you? What are you thinking of? We'll have to see what the patch notes say, because they're.
Also, you notice maybe in this dungeon,
I don't know if you
it's not really
follow
objective. I think
PoE's
the
Twitter,
dungeons, at least the new dungeons,
but
they are different.
they said
There's
the
like
patch
dungeon
notes
layouts,
are actually
and
the
you can
longest
also
patch
find, like,
notes that they've
things
ever
you actually
written
missed
for
about.
any league, and they're
There's, like,
30,000
hidden,
words.
like, extra treasure rooms and
So really,
stuff
we
like
need to
that.
see what those 30,000 words say before we really lock it in. But just shower thoughts. What build am I gonna play? Divine Ire was my first thought.
Look at the animations here, like on the target. You see all these little hits and the
You love
numbers
Delve?
and stuff like that. So this is like the Ravager.
It's cool. I just never.
Yeah.
I just haven't
Jaguar,
interacted with it in forever.
Spirit.
I was like
bonus
the
here, basically. It's
the
every
endless
fourth
delve
time you hit,
leagues,
you
but
deal
I never
like
get very
additional
far in them
slashes
because I just play
for the
like
damage of the forehead.
Righteous Fire and
And so
stop
it's like,
after a
just
day
like
or two.
constant hitting. The Jaguar stuff is all about this like multi-hit stuff. There's also like a skill I can show later. It's like
So yeah,
also here, like
it might be time before PoE2.
You attack multiple times. I can
It
show
might
you
be
how
time to
attack
do a
actually.
dedicated
So
delve
that's-
character. Fight
Just like, yeah, there's like this
fight
big
shit stained
animation here,
Steve for the crown.
and these are also multiple hits, and it's like built into your basic attack. And now you can also, if you use it in within 1.5 seconds again, it's always the third strike. See this? So it can get pretty crazy. Yeah. Paragon level 60.
Dear goodness,
yeah,
this
it's
class
fast.
looks like it's gonna be
Yeah,
crazy.
there's like a bit of like general game rework they're doing that I don't have any details for, but I did notice some of these little things like Paragon's level 60.
Oh,
For example,
interesting.
also you see this thing has 69 DPS, nice. At
nice.
level 30. It doesn't show item power for some reason, but this is way
Okay.
lower than normal. Usually at this level you'd have something like a 300-400 DPS weapon, I think.
Stat squish.
So I think you can expect something like a stat squish a little bit.
I said it
And,
first.
yeah, probably like a rebalance of like, you know,
He stole my
extra
thoughts.
levels coming in the expansion and these kind of things as well. Yeah, 400 DPS or 200, yeah, something like that on level 30 exactly. So I would also.
What about you, Vivo? What have
expect
you?
that there's gonna be, like,
What
several
build have you been
reworks that
eyeing
work throughout
for
game.
the new
You can
league?
also see it, like, for example, you might find some tempering recipes. Yesterday I found some. I found, for example, Elemental Surge, and it had like, I think I had like 100 damage or something on Elemental Surge on like the magic version, which I'm not sure what it is in the main game right now. It's like a few hundred or like, I don't know, almost 1,000 or something like that. So it's like way lower numbers on the weapons.
Waiting for a review.
That's what
Honestly,
that looks like, yeah.
it's the wiser thing to do.
But
But
Magic Claw is definitely
really,
a
we're
fun
just
skill,
watching
man.
this
is a
right
good
now
skill.
because we're stalling.
And that's how I clear Wavy wins, guys.
Yo, the PoE channel is actually live right now with a countdown. Whoop, 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 whoop. Bro,
They go for walls, yeah.
this looks so much cooler. Like, those projectiles look so much cooler that way than they do in their, like, default way.
Cool,
And
huh?
that automatically made me 3% more interested in
Need
it.
to find, like, need like a find like
I
a
say
punch
only
line, man.
3%
Just
because
stand in
I'm
the middle.
wholeheartedly
Ding, ding, ding,
interested
ding,
in
ding.
Monkey.
27 waves in 30 seconds. Let's go.
Where... Rax, have you swapped Monkey yet?
Down here. We'll have this for later. Almost done. We can take a look at the key passives here. Your critical strikes cause enemies to burst 100% of the total poisoning on them as poison damage around them. So if you crit poisoned enemies, it's huge explosions. Every third consecutive cast of the same basic skill increases all
Gotcha.
skill ranks by 2.
Honestly,
Every third consecutive
Necropolis
cast
was
of the same
probably the
skill
time to do
or
that.
potency skill reduces all of your cooldowns by 10% and increase by 2%.
That said, it was the
individual
first league
skill
I ever got
ranges.
40-40 on,
So
so
skill
I
ranks
can't
up,
say I hated
cooldowns
it,
down.
but I really didn't interact with it all that
Active
much.
stances. The
Beyond
base
the
spirit of a skill.
Bare minimum required.
Cast grants eagles 30% movement speed, 30% damage reduction, 30% attack speed, 30% life steal. Casting a skill of a different base spirit swaps to the
Hey, yo,
main
I think
and gives you 30% extra damage. Then vital strikes, you deal 100% increase.
I think
in
Woody
damage
is
to
actually
vulnerable
streaming
enemies.
like
So double damage.
right over here.
After making an enemy vulnerable, your next direct damage dealt to them is
Because if we look,
I will say.
I mean,
you can see the Spiritborn thing right there.
Our studio back in like.
I did do 40-40. This is the first time I've ever done it, and I kind of want to make a habit of doing it now, so that way all my totems just keep showing 40-40. They don't shrink.
Then, and it's like the strongest key passive. Then one of the strongest groups might be every spirit.
I'm gonna move myself above racks just so that y'all can see it. Have twice as much screen space taken up by webcams. Hell yeah.
Speed might be like the strongest single target insta delete a boss in the game. I don't know how it works. I'm going to find out though. I will certainly.
He's a man on a mission.
Okay, leave dungeon doesn't work here. The sellers seem to be about the same, so why don't we try another dungeon?
Be back in a minute. All right. Good luck. Good luck.
I didn't open the chest. Oh, my bad.
What a
We'll just assume it
waste.
was
You
nothing.
did the cellar and didn't open the chest.
Okay, let's go to another dungeon. Well, how about
By
we
the
do
way,
this
my
one?
favorite part of all
Rage, okay.
PoE streams is the login emote
Shot the boss.
spam.
Maybe
It's
if I get to the boss, I should not
It's
use
just
the
fun.
centipede and see how fast I can kill it without it.
login,
I
dude.
will only summon my centipede when the monster is fully poisoned, and we'll see if it works. If I summon him, it should.
Yo, that helmet is spooky as shit.
I can only play each build for 30 minutes.
Reminds me of
unless I
like
give it an even
the
distribution.
Anubarak
Let's play for
or
8
whatever
more
those
minutes
things are
here.
called,
Let's do this
the
dungeon.
Abyss Lords or
Which
I don't
one do you
know what
guys
they're called.
want to
It's
see
been too long
next?
since
Do
I
you want
played
to
WoW.
see Gorilla, Big Smash, Tanky Man? Do you want to see Eagle, Lightning?
I don't even know if
Ability Man,
anyone's
or do you
looking.
wanna
Oh, it's
see
subscribers only.
Jaguar,
I'm not subbed to Rex.
Fire attack speed man.
Monkey.
Okay,
Yo.
I don't know why I asked this question. I'm just getting spammed all 3 of them. You don't know
Bro,
what
these
the
eagle
names are
people
there.
need to go away.
Sarah, which one do you
Eagle
wanna
is
see
not
next?
nearly as interesting as monkey.
Which I asked chat which one they want to see next, but everyone's just spamming all of them. So, which one do you want to see next? Jaguar. Okay, Jaguar it is.
Well, at least he didn't do eagle because Woody's
And then
doing
which
eagle
one
right
after
now.
Jaguar.
Oh, monkey.
Okay. You're gonna see the most visually appealing one last. Okay, so it's gonna be we're gonna go Jaguar, Gorilla, Eagle. Sarah is one of us. Guys, we are going to be joined by Brent. He is the game director, aka the Big Shot. He's the boss man.
Brent was the dude on the left who was staying in the chair, and they were rotating out team members.
But whenever he comes, we have already amassed a giant page of questions for him. Probably 90% of them are NDA'd and he can't answer, but you want to know what? We're going to ask him anyway.
Honestly, it's up to him to not break his NDA. It's not up to us to
I'll play a while.
limit our questions based on what's behind the
Do
NDA, you
everything
know?
at the same time. Okay, this looks a little bit unfinished, right? This is a big open room. I assume there's going to be an event there. That's fine.
No, it's not fine. This is the level of polish we've come to expect.
Behind me. God, I miss my centipede. If there's a legendary power, wait, time out, boys. Let's get in here. Okay, we already know this one, right? Where's Butcher? Dude, I hope Butcher shows up.
Butcher about to get
I hope Butcher shows
smacked.
up when I'm playing Gorilla.
He's so fun.
Gorilla is tanky boy. Can I not try
Why are all the
this?
objectives
So
purple?
distracting. Perfect.
I'm kind of here for it, but
I like
Why?
the new colors of the icons. You can see even the icons are different. I don't mind the, what are they, bright pink? like pinkish.
Honestly, one of my big complaints about Diablo 4 when it came out was the lack of colors. It was just kind of depressing to look at. But
how fast could the centipede kill Butcher? Probably instantly.
That said,
Dude, Butcher, show yourself, I dare you. Show yourself if you aren't a little bitch. Okay, wait, am I holding another lever?
the pink is cool, dude. I lost my train of thought.
Do I have any consumables? No. Okay, once we clear this dungeon, we're gonna go Jaguar. No problem.
All right, how long we got before PoE? 34 minutes.
As the centipede, so I'm warning you ahead of time. At least right now. They haven't put in the balance patch yet, so absolutely not final. You never know which one's going to end up being the best. But
Yo, what was that centipede trail on the ground? That was spooky.
Nothing was stronger than the centipede. Okay, here we go. Big fight, big fight. We're not going to use the centipede until he's fully poisoned. Okay, that guy's kind of cool.
Oh my damage.
He's getting absolutely torched. Let me see if I can not kill him here.
Nope.
Bro, the explosion hit him for 6,000.
Sheesh.
Come on, dude. Let's look at the implicits here. The implicit is 32 damage to elites. The implicit here is 40% block chance.
Sheesh.
There are some powers that synergize tremendously with block chance, so some of the Spiritborns are absolutely going to be using quarterstaffs.
It's me. I'm playing monkey.
I don't know. Whenever he'd like to come in.
It'll be me. It'll be me.
Okay, guys, that was the centipede. What would you guys give the centipede on a 1 to 10? Oh, nice. It's in perfect order. 4, 10, 10, 0, 6.9, 10, 9,
nice.
7. Okay, the numbers are too fast. Okay. Same thing. Let me put on my build for one moment. Do you guys want to see the town? Let me show you the town. I want to show you everything. I want to show you four different builds, and I want to show you kind of what they feel like. And yeah, let me do one more thing here. You guys want to see the powers? Look at this. Every 4th time you deal direct damage to an enemy with a Jaguar skill, unleash additional slashes, dealing 100% of the damage of the 4 hits.
I wonder if that includes bonuses like crits and overpowers and stuff. So like just smooshes them all together. And then can that hit then crit and overpower again? That would be crazy.
Dealing lightning damage and making targets vulnerable. So your evade turns into an AoE like archery thing. Gorilla. Casting a gorilla skill deals 100% of your thorns to enemies you hit.
Yeah, razor blade.
So your thorns,
We're
you
in
build
there.
it up and it becomes part of your gorilla attacks.
Hell yeah.
And it grants you a barrier. Gorillas are very hard to kill. It's Centipede, what we just played. Hitting an enemy with a Centipede skill reduces their damage and slows them, and it stacks up to 8 times. It's debilitating. Down here,
Debilitating. Solid word. Solid word.
Ferocity is the attack speed buff, I believe. Eagle, for every 4 meters you move, your critical strike chance increases by 4%. This bonus is reset for 2 seconds after you critically strike. So being very agile is going to give you more damage. Maximum resolve increases.
Oh wait, didn't they say they were going to do a blog post or
for
something?
every nearby poison enemy in the last 3 seconds. Now you've seen all the different class mechanics. You can theory craft with that. Let me make this build. It will hopefully only take me 60 seconds. So on the boots, we're going to do Sky Power. Okay, easy. On the amulet, we're going to do Plains Power.
Bro. Look at oh, it reset. No, that's the wrong tab.
Rapid
Just kidding.
and expectant here.
Look at my man, Wumba.
I hope I can find
He's
one
so
of these
cool.
uniques, man. I want to show you some of these build-defining uniques, if I can.
Clobber them,
I will
dude.
tell you, I did not
Incredible.
find a single unique yesterday, so the odds of me finding it are not good.
You know, they just got all the abilities out here.
And then let's go disobedience. Another thing that you might notice if you play a lot of Diablo 4, they completely changed Juggernaut. This power is different. 32 armor. So something is happening here. Certainly in some of the future patches we're going to see, and this is not the most recent patch for the expansion. Certainly we're going to see something new.
Okay,
Right,
so this
something different here.
I don't want to like cause motion sickness by putting something on top of moving stuff. I know that bothers me sometimes, but this this blog post that is right there if anyone wants to look at it. Just kind of gives the numbers and details of what all of the abilities do. At least I think that's all of them. Like it kind of goes through spirit by spirit and gives their stuff. Or maybe it's just the stuff that what's his face was going over? Bjorn? Is that his name? So maybe there's more than that. But there's Soar. That's the basic attack Woody was doing. Centipede. This is the key passives. Some of the new stuff. Yeah, so it's not all of them. This is those buffs that Rax was just showing. And the VOD. And the pre-order link. And the pre-order bonuses. So, this it looks like this blog post isn't really anything that they... Or it looks like that live stream was them presenting this blog post, and this is just for people who would rather read it or like look have it as something to reference. Yeah, they got all the art and everything. So I am going to... We have 25 minutes, 27 minutes until the PoE stream. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs and probably grab like a snack or a drink or something. So I'll probably be back in about 10 minutes. And then after that, we'll probably look over all of the PoE teaser stuff. I just don't want to be restreaming people for too long. It's one thing to restream like a corporate account, but I always feel a little uncomfy restreaming other creators. So, I appreciate y'all watching. I hope you've been enjoying. And I hope you continue to enjoy when we get back. But for now, I'm getting up and stretching my legs. If you are enjoying, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, and I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. Yeet. I wonder if I'll get copyright infringed if I leave the post stream unmuted. I've never had problems with the PoE soundtrack, so I think we're okay. Hello? Yeah. Ah. It's about time, lads. It's about time for us to start stalling for the next 15 minutes. Either that, or we just leave it on the BRB screen for like 1 more minute while I eat my cookie. And then we start stalling. Was that in the right scene? Maybe we do social eating. Buff Essence Strain, interesting. What's this for? Genuinely don't know what's happening. Oh boy, are you in for a treat, bucko? Gonna laugh when all 30,000 words are nerfs. Delve but on water. Yes. Delve but sideways. Honestly, give us synthesis back. Just make it redo of synthesis. That's all I want. I'm a simple man. PC servers are undergoing maintenance. Some features are unavailable. I really hope the forums are available. Otherwise, I'm screwed. Forums seem a-okay. Alright. Let's start looking at the teasers. I was looking at them as they came out on the old Twitter. But it didn't occur to me until the last one to start making videos about them. But that last one was pretty sick, in all honesty. So, in Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur, we're shipping a bunch of quality of life improvements. For example, you know, let's just watch the video. Hi, Mark.
I'm Mark Roberts, game director on
hi,
Path
Mark.
of Exile. This is the first in a series of videos covering upcoming changes in our 3.25 expansion, the Settlers of Kalguur.
Sorry, I barely know her.
In 3.25, reservation effects, such as heralds and auras, persist through death, allowing you to get right back into combat as fast as possible.
Ah, yeah,
you
brother.
can find out more about 3.25 on July 18th at our
That saves a
ZiggyD
whole
live event.
bar.
See you then.
Am I planning to go through all the patch notes? I probably won't go through them all as finely as some other creators because I'm just not that interested in every little aspect of this game. However, I will like skim through them and pick out the interesting bits that I see. Some people are going to spend like the next 8 hours reading through that, and I just don't intend to. Actually, I forgot to check something. I will, however, look at like any new gems they're adding, in particular changes for gems that I like Flicker Strike or Lightning Warp or weird stuff like that, you know, Divine Ire, but they already changed Divine Ire, so I don't know how much more it'll be getting today. Stuff like that. The wider, yeah. I'm not gonna I just don't have the frame of reference on as many skills as other people have who have played more builds than me. That's the thing. So when a patch note says Essence Drain has been nerfed 3% damage, but its attack or its cast speed is like 0.69% faster. Someone who's played Essence Drain will be like, "Oh my damn, that is like." Never played Essence Drain beyond like beyond the campaign, let's say, because I don't even remember what level you get it at. So yeah. I will look at the things that I have the capacity to understand. But I won't try and I won't sit here reading through every change and say like trying to pretend I understand everything that's gonna change based on that.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Game director on Path of Exile. We've got a tiny quality of life improvement today. In the Settlers of Kalguur update, you can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
Honestly,
and yes, we made a whole video about it, just because our marketing team said so.
Honestly, get that ad
You can find
revenue.
out more about 325 on...
Honestly, that is enough to make me consider doing Harvest, but I probably won't actually do Harvest because the thing I hated more than the 2 clicks
single action
is this little time period between the clicking and the fighting.
with just a single action.
If it was like a quarter
And
of
yes,
the duration,
we made a whole video about it, just because our marketing team said so.
then I would
You can find out more.
then I probably wouldn't mind it, but going in there and sitting around while waiting for the things to fill up is super annoying. Ultimately, it's not that long at a time. It's just enough for me to get annoyed. By the way, where was the there have been dead totems in every single one of these videos.
Exile.
Where is it? Is that it right there? No, that's the map, isn't it? I don't see no dead totems. No, that's not the map. In addition to the things that Mark is very kindly speaking about, there are other things that he's not speaking about that are also, like, pretty significant.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Hi, Mark.
Game director on Path of Exile. This time around, we're bringing a few improvements from Path of Exile 2 back to the OG. In 325, you'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them.
Bless.
You can just walk by
I've lost
and they'll
progress to
activate
that.
automatically.
It's very upsetting.
You can find out more about 325 on July 5. You'll no longer need to interact with...
Stop popping this up. Honestly, oh, I saw it. It was there. Yeah, that's at the dead totem. The item quality
Hi,
change.
I'm Mark Roberts.
Hi, Mark.
Game director on Path of Exile. In the Settlers update, we've reworked item quality. The rarity of the item is no longer relevant when applying chisels, blacksmith's whetstones, and armorer's scraps to non-unique items. Instead, the amount of quality they provide is now based on the item level. Those currencies now apply 20% quality to very low-level equipment, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. This makes them much more appealing to use early
Like this, the Nightweave robe is... Stop popping this up, YouTube, please. Nightweave robe is not a base. That has existed before, and it also has more base energy shield than a Val Regalia.
You can find out more about 325 on July 8th item level.
Also, dead totem right there.
Hi.
Oh, this is
I'm Mark
the
Roberts,
number change.
Game director on Path of Exile. We've got more news about item quality today. Quality bonuses on armor and weapons are now multiplicative. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. You can find out more
Massive
about
W.
325 on July 18th at our...
Someone posted on Reddit, I think, that the amount of damage you would gain from this change is approximately equivalent to what you would gain from using totems for your melee builds. So, yeah. That may not be so much a buff as a thing to keep things balanced without having to just use totems. I mean, it's still a buff to quality. It's just, you know, more of a shift, an overall shift.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
Hi, Mark.
Today, we've got more improvements coming in hot from Path of Exile 2. We're adding static life bars to bosses.
Oh, yeah.
Not all bosses will have them initially, but we're starting with the pinnacle bosses and act bosses in 325.
We have the technology, but only barely.
You can find out more about 325 on July 18th.
It's July 18th, Mark. We're waiting. We have 5 minutes left. We just looked at... Wait, are there 2 things for the thing being multiplicative? Or did I close them? Static life bars. This one, for me personally, is probably my favorite.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Everything
Game
else,
Director on
don't
Path
care.
Of Exile.
I care, but like, I
In
really
the
care
Settlers
about
update,
this one.
the Exile's arms have gotten a little longer. We have increased the range you can pick up items when using a keyboard and mouse, to be more on par with controller users. Here's a comparison.
Yoink, give me that.
You can find out more about 325 on July 18th at our GGG Live event. See you
What a
then.
time to be alive. Sister Cassia. Honestly, I don't know if
I'm
I
Mark
looked at this
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
one. My friend, I hope for
In the
Gladiator
Settlers update, you
and
might
bleed
come
buff,
across
so I
a
can start
new
bleed
oil,
buff. That'd be pretty sick.
found only in Blighted and Blight-ravaged maps. All the secret notables that can be anointed on your amulet now use this oil. We have added many more notables to that pool. Like
I
this
was gonna
one.
say, if it was just the same... Oh, hello? Elusive on you reduces in effect 50% slower. Elusive is removed from you at 20%. W. Seems good to me, boss. I don't know. I don't know what I would when I would choose to anoint that. I have no idea, but cool. Very cool. Very
this
cool.
one.
Cooldown recovery rate for throwing traps per mine detonated recently. Oh, I guess that's just to make it easier to use, like Lightning Spire, I guess, or you know, any of those the traps with cooldowns. Not so much as trying to make 2 different, like a mine skill and a trap skill, work at the same time. It would make sense to go for cooldown recovery on something that doesn't have a cooldown. Honestly, thinking about Gladiator Bleed, they should buff Gladiator and Bleed. So that way, they should buff the hell out of it, so that way I can retry my build from... What league was it? I think it was Metamorph, where we played Bleed Gladiator Bizwand. And we played Kinetic Bolt. I think it was the whatever league they added KB or Kinetic Bolt, not the other KB. PoE Kinetic Bolt. Believe it or not, that build didn't work so well. Added in 3.10, which was Delirium. I played that in Delirium. Yikes. Oh! Metamorph, I played Lightning Orb Mines for the first time, and it went very well. Like, disturbingly well. The Kinetic Bolt bleed build did not go so well. I will. I'll keep my eye out. The other ones, we're just not going to watch the videos because we have no time, but the other changes announced were a 6th map device slot. One is from Maven Tenway, and then the other one is still from Tier 17s. Bandit Quest rewards got changed. You only get 1 skill point from it, and they nerfed... I think they nerfed Alira and Creighton, and then they buffed Oak. But it's kind of, since it only costs 1 skill point now, it's kind of worth. 3.25 simulacrums have less waves and more opportunities for unique rewards. It's half as many waves. It's 15 instead of 30 now. You can hover maps on the atlas to see div cards. Which div cards drop in that map? More Valdo boxes. Less rare stuff from Valdo boxes. And the Wildwood is coming back. In addition, they said there might be other stuff as well. So we're waiting to see what other stuff. But it is now time. Honestly, this soundtrack is...
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Did it get to 0?
Welcome to GGG Live.
Hi, Chris.
Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th.
This is the first time he didn't sound nerd. Hello?
Today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment.
I want that so bad.
In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League.
8% is sick.
We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements, including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements, some further additions to the campaign, and some quality of life features. We'll then
Don't tell me there's 11 acts now.
Port releases and the features that come alongside them. Finally, we'll show you our new supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where ZiggyD will ask Path of Exile's game director Mark your questions from Twitch chat. After the
increase
live
volume.
We'll drop
Got
the
you.
full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now to introduce the new league.
We've really innovated with the content in this league, and I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks.
That good?
So let's just get right into it with the trailer for Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur.
I agree.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here.
Yeah, so stay out.
And
yet, tourists.
Welcome to King's March.
It was this Garrison League.
Yet,
oh, it might be.
But with your help, we can erect the greatest city Rayclast
can erect
has ever
something else.
seen. We'll need resources and savvy planning. Soon we'll
look at that, dude.
Settlers.
It's the Age of Empires League.
Craftsmen.
That's looking.
Fortune seekers. And of course, pirates.
Pirates! Dude, we're gonna go find the One Piece.
But
Luffy better watch his ass.
Our ships will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Gold is just in the game now? A new Ascendancy? Gladiator! Yo, Viva, you called it. It's a Melee League, boys. Maybe we don't play Divine Ire. Sentinel's back. Oh my damn. A Gamba. What the hell? I'm so excited. So excited.
In Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League.
All right.
Danig,
Maybe the
Rob,
tourists are okay.
Turgeon, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself.
It's me.
You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand in Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he will bring you to the planned site for King's March, which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help,
Good they
it won't
built the
stay like
tavern
this for
first.
long.
That's priorities.
It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach. Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified
Getting my
amber
American
attracts
blood
mindless,
pumping.
blighted
Liberate the
enemies.
resources.
While bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become unstable.
Hey, that's none of
If
your
you're
business.
lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor.
Automatically tagged for
This is,
mining.
of course, a trade expedition, and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalguurans have hired, must be paid in cold, hard gold.
Don't make me click on
What
all
you will
those
notice
stacks.
is now dropping throughout Rayclast.
It auto
You will
picks
have
up.
control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rauf.
Ralph.
He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work. You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep
Middle
them
management
paid,
simulator.
safe,
Let's
and
go.
alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use. Oh, we found a vein of orichalcum.
Oh, what a
ore.
surprise.
It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine. The shrine buffs the demons, giving them power, but once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue
That is
whether
a
you are
long
logged
time.
in or not. The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by
I thought they were
upgrading
gonna
the
say by
mining
paying.
station back in King's March to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to town. We've also managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options, we just need to decide where to start. I think we'll
Upgrade
start
the
with
tavern.
the
Yes.
beating heart of King's March. It can be upgraded
I agree.
instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency of your miners and allocate our newly hired workers to mining.
Oh, that's still
You
a
will
real long
eventually
time.
need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare,
Hello.
or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time.
To what?
The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust,
Okay.
a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later. And of course, a town needs food. You could invest in farming, where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering.
Someone say
anything.
harvest.
The wonders of delegation.
What have they turned PoE into? Hopefully a
With all
much
these
better
resources
game than it
piling
was
up, there will be
last
excess that
league.
we can spend.
I'm excited,
Let's talk
dude.
about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur.
This is
Eventually, you can
PoE,
build a
the
harbour
Vicky 3
and
edition.
establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders
look
will
at that.
haggle for the best deal.
Actually, this is something that
Each port will return specific
I
rewards
very
based on
specifically
what you
wanted,
send
and that
them.
was a world map.
They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this.
Is that you could that's just all your stuff? Ooh, my damn! I mean, that's not a ton of stuff, but like that's 6 divines right there. See it going in a trash bin permanently?
Today,
Quite
we're
likely,
going to trade
given
with
current
Kalguur.
trends, but I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it.
You'll notice that as we send more resources, this risk meter creeps up. Much like the dangers on the shores of Reclast, there are
While it
dangers
lasts.
out at sea.
We're getting
Monsters,
42 out of
pirates,
40 on this one.
environmental hazards. You'll want to try keep your shipment safe. You can do
Keep
this
it secret.
by hiring
Keep it
workers
safe.
that specialize in shipping. The more of them you add to the ship, the less risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going, and we'll continue
Bro.
exploring Reclast while we
Boats.
wait for its return. This is the first Path
Considering
of Exile
move to
League that
D4.
experiments
Honestly,
with
it's fun.
true
I've been
real-time
playing it lately.
mechanics. You can send out shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the league work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see what we got. Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards, perhaps hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future. Aside from shipping, the Kalguurans are big on their
More
technology.
support for Ward.
They have hired Isla, a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an engineer who the Kalguurans have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you
What?
build a series of Kalguuran modified map devices.
We can send our
You can then
townspeople
put a
in.
queue of maps into them.
What?
If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another.
Bro.
Look, more delegation. Once
I'm here
you'll
for
be
it.
notified when the rewards are ready to be collected. You can put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time.
Bro, I'm sending all of
Be
my
careful,
like
though.
low-level
The
maps and stuff
difficulty
in
of the
there.
map impacts the risk of your workers perishing.
Understandable.
Try to pick your best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself.
Bro, this is
You'll
the
see
mobile
there are
game
many
league.
benefits to
I'm so
having
excited.
A whole ass town at your fingertips.
Did he say whole ass
Let's
town?
talk about crafting services. You should definitely consider building a runesmithing table. This is operated by Danik himself.
Danny
using
G.
powerful Kalguuran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes.
There's a surprise.
There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items, like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces.
Yeah, that's
There
what
are
I just
over
said, Dagum.
100
It's the
different
mobile
special
game league,
crafting
but I'm
outcomes,
super
ranging
excited.
From ones very easily applied to very difficult.
It looks so fun.
The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur, or defeating powerful bosses. The Kalguuran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination.
Recombinators!
Isla is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources.
We can pick up
The system isn't as strong as it used to be, but it still
pick up
allows you to combine two items
fractured
together,
mods.
hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item. Between running a town, shipping, and exploring,
It just
you'll be
means it's
collecting a lot
proven.
of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for 2 huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've decided just makes sense to port back. The higher level you are, the more expensive it gets. And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market.
God bless America and New Zealand.
Another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market.
Stonks, dude.
Faustus will make
It's
the trade
Stonks
happen
League.
for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do is pay him a small amount of gold for his time. Cards on the table, this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases.
Spoiler
We're
alert,
very
it
excited
does.
To see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides another service.
Gamba gamba.
Offering items for gold. The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards. It's worth
I'm not sure how I feel
you
about
can
that,
invite
but
Faustus to your hideout, where he will
it costs
always
gold
be available
and
for
maybe
respecking,
it's not such
currency
a bad thing.
exchange, and black market items. As your town grows, it will attract more attention, good and bad. Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations, wanting a piece of the pie.
Let me ride
They
the
might
boats,
capture and
you
ransom your
cowards.
workers, even your entire ships. You'll have to make some tough decisions. Will you take them on, or pay them off? One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage,
Oh, no.
holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan
I don't
and rescue your
negotiate with
workers.
terrorists.
If you're not up for the heroics, you might simply pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll
Dude,
just leave them for dead in
I'm
true
abandoning
A-class fashion.
all of the ones that
They knew
give
what
me
they were
nothing.
signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Girded tower shield?
In
Chance to
sum,
block is
Settlers
lucky.
of Kalguur is a very experimental
Wow.
league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a lot of these ideas for a while and can't wait to share them with you. But there's a lot more to this expansion. Let's talk about balance.
Balance.
We've finally rebalanced the Gladiator. It's been a long time coming.
Viva was right.
Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones.
Ayo, aggravated. That's
Like
sick.
this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights. Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example,
More critical
holding
strike
a dagger
chance.
will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses. And finally,
Whoa.
we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which requires you to have a shield.
We just went into a puff of blood.
Or for
That's
those
sick.
who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an
cool
inch
as hell.
around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage. And of course, in true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further
And they're
on the passive tree
halfway across
and
the
a new
tree from
support
each
gem.
other.
You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth, and allowing more avenues to invest into them. As such, the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available.
Bro, Raider's just gone?
We want our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful
but
and
fast.
ideally unique. As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider. Rest in peace.
No!
And we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior
Raider
of
was
shock,
so good.
enhancing freeze,
Comical speed.
and replacing Ignite with Scorch. There's also a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Barkskin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits.
Go
After
PoE
taking a
delete.
number of hits, it increases your evasion,
It's okay.
making it a great defensive choice. Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is
I'm playing the
tinctures.
shit out of Mobile League.
These
Hello?
are an alternative to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics. Tinctures can be placed in your belt, replacing flasks. You can inherently only have one tincture active at a time,
Okay.
and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff.
So only Warden can use
They
that
can
with
drop as magic
ranged
items,
weapons.
or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses.
They were unrollable in Affliction.
Here is a prismatic tincture. This one increases elemental damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second.
I did not read
Mana
that
burn
entire
is a
paragraph.
debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both
Ain't nobody gonna do
and
that.
the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will
Everyone's
want to
reserving
maximize
all their
tincture
mana.
uptime for sure. Here we have a couple other tinctures. The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering, with the removal of the Raider, where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill. On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read the patch notes, which will be dropped after the livestream. Be sure to let us know what you think. There's a lot of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect it will take
Raider's just
several
gone,
days for the
Alec.
dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off.
Nice.
Melee totem skill gems have been removed.
Let's go. That's that. You know what? I'll
We're
trade
trying
Raider
to
for
adopt
that.
a philosophy
Sorry.
with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill.
Oh.
As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells. Here are some examples of the damage and costs before and
I
after.
mean,
Heavy Strike
they've
has
kind of
gone from
always
dealing
made the game complicated.
313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552%
Hell,
attack damage.
we're redoing Heavy Strike,
It's also
dude.
worth noting, it no longer knocks enemies back.
I'm okay
and
with that.
Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20.
Its effectiveness is the
These are
same
just
as well,
two examples,
but I don't know if
the
that's...
majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20.
Dear damn.
Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each.
Yo, he's got Brass Dome on.
For example, Val Regalia
That was,
and Hubris Circlet are no longer
Soul
the best
Ripper
in
as
slot
well.
items for Energy Shield. There are new base types
There's
that
an even
surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras. But overall,
So that's
you're
why they're
getting more
nerfing
defenses
those?
than before.
Honestly, that's fine, though. I never liked
On top
having to
of
run
this,
all
we have
those.
buff life modifiers on magic and rare
That's
equipment.
200 life on
You
tier
can
1.
now get as high as 189 additional maximum life from a single modifier on
What
body
the
armors,
hell?
and more on other slots too. Kalm's Heart has also finally been restored to its former glory.
It's
and once
1,000
again grants
life.
plus 1,000 to maximum life. I mentioned
Nice.
quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words, weapons with full quality will give 20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For melee, this will mean a damage increase for almost all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward for all builds. Endurance charges no longer grant elemental resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
That's sick.
You can now get 4%
We're getting it
per
back from
charge,
when they took it off of
alongside
last.
the existing 4% physical damage reduction. To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like Eternal Damnation. You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the Marauder class start. These of course can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges. On top of this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers.
I don't think I'll be playing Divine Eye.
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree.
What about Spell Block?
The Keystone Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block. A number of Life Leech passives have been buffed to generally allow for more acquisition of maximum leech rate for life. Vow Pact has been reinstated to its former glory for instant Life Leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone. Previously, this buff skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance,
It's simpler. I
enemies
like
will
it.
take more physical damage the closer you are to them.
Picasso.
This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguuran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention. There are new uniques that grant Ward, and the base restoration of
Shield
Ward is
Crush?
now faster.
It's a good
To
idea.
compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
Yo, there's a new
Wands,
reservation efficiency
daggers,
in
scepters,
Wheel.
claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Warriors can
9%.
go as high as 10% without modifiers.
Let's go.
Sandstorm Visage has been made rarer to compensate, instead of reducing its power. For you wand attackers, wands now
That's
have
what I was
higher
thinking
attack
of,
speed
honestly.
than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed. The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant, and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However,
let's go.
They don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active. However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before. Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before.
Kind of, I feel like it's kind of the same thing that totems are in
Rage has
that.
been made more
Just push the button at the
fundamental
start of the
and
fight,
discoverable.
but like,
Rage
I
is
don't know,
now
maybe it's more
multiplicative
interesting.
attack damage, but no
If it's
longer
more,
inherently grants
drastic.
attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline, and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes.
So Rage is more
Berserk
accessible.
has been nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed
But
works
it's so
too.
good.
You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree.
Oh.
When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance. Rupture from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds.
More damage for each
Now,
Warcry.
it's time to
Sheesh.
look
What
at
is
a
the
hot
skill
topic,
bar?
Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion,
Oh.
we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items. This will
Oh,
not affect existing items
Let's
in
go.
standard leagues.
I have so many quality,
Magic
so
Find
many,
is intended to be another access on your gear you can scale once you have
so many
achieved the
legacy
power you
Sidima's
want.
touches and Parandus Blazons.
With
It's
item quantity
it's
being only available on unique
unbelievable.
items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots, and by a much larger number of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This
Okay.
is one of the biggest balance patches we've ever done. I can't
Casual
promise that existing
mana
builds
reservation
will all be
efficiency.
safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard. But the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially for Melee. And we're determined to drag the game in a better direction. Be sure to read the patch notes after this. It's going to be a ruckus.
That's it. We're playing Leap Slam. That's what we're doing.
Game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs.
Yo,
We want
another
to
new tier of
continue
maps?
to improve these systems and introduce more
Question mark?
exciting in-game content every league. 325 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in
I'm losing my
Settlers of
mind here,
Kalguur.
dude. This is crazy.
First up, we are changing many scarabs.
Again?
We won't go into too much
The
detail
Titanic
here
scarab?
to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be
Magic
sure
Find's
to check out
dead.
the patch notes after this for more
Victory.
detail.
Yes.
We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter. This simply allows for more combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more difficulty and more rewards.
Take that,
This
motherfuckers.
is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first tier 17
Yo,
map.
they gotta
There
they
are
gotta
now
get a loot
6
filter
map
for
device
this.
slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the in-game.
Yep, I
One
definitely
such
saw that one.
encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking
Oh,
in
he can
tier
just pop up.
16 and 17 maps.
Wait, Scry.
This NPC will give you a selection of unique items and you can pick one for free. In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas. Just one caveat, you cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas.
That's
We've
crazy.
also made some updates to a couple
like
of
it.
leagues. Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes, and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps.
Ooh.
We've also introduced a new type of oil that can only drop from Blighted and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items,
Don't tell me I gotta be running Ritual all league.
forces you can use to raise as specters,
That's where those went.
and occasionally a fragment,
Yo, a
granting
turn.
access to the King in the Mists boss fight from the
Oh.
Affliction League. He will drop a number of unique items that were familiar from the league,
Yo, we get 6 portals on him now. That's
but
I
not
like
that
I
which
like
was
that.
taken, as it is now that which was taken away.
Bruh, why even bother? I take it back.
He now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
You're killing me, Mark.
In Tier 16 and
Okay.
Tier 17 maps, you can now
I was wondering
encounter
what would
the
happen with that one.
also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical wisps yearning for freedom. Upon releasing them, they will empower the
Can't believe you
monsters in
said
your
that
map,
which was taken
promising
away.
more danger, but more rewards.
That motherfucker.
You may also find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps, from the Sentinel League.
Hell
They
yeah.
work in a similar way to before.
Hell
They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing. Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously. You may occasionally find a reflective mist from the Kalandra League.
Oh.
It has two outcomes. It could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values, or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing.
That's gonna be so expensive.
There's many other small changes to League content.
Small
We're
changes.
removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum and rebalancing its rewards to improve the chances of finding unique jewels. We're also adding some of the beasts from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes the Black Morrigan. In other news, we've added a set of new chisel
There's
types,
new chisels
which
too?
can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the cartographer's chisel still
Dude, there's
increases
so
item
much going on
quantity,
right now. I'm losing
there are
my
new
mind.
ones that now increase rarity, pack size, increased chance for currency items,
Uh-huh.
divination cards, and scarabs.
Okay.
It's also worth mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps, 10% to yellow maps, and 5% to red maps and higher. Unique maps still require the full 20 chisels. Also, only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs.
No
We are
longer.
now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark.
Didn't
Monsters
quite.
in them now have substantially less life and deal less damage.
Thank God.
Meaning Tier 17 maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content. Lastly, we've adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Bloods, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it like Mage Blood. Overall, we have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league.
Yo, that's just a casual. Oh no, maybe that was a bot on there.
On consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really like that UI.
Overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects.
Water?
We've installed a new upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution, with an additional anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles.
Ooh.
In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters
Campaign
and
skips.
secrets to the campaign.
Campaign skips.
Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still.
Tell us!
There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots. I wonder what's been hidden away here. How do I unlock this mysterious door? What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of Sarn. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on.
Honestly, it's
Here's
not
a
bad
quick
to
summary.
introduce Blight earlier.
You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over time.
I'm not
You can
against
now
that,
see
but I'm
which
not super
divination
happy about
cards
that.
drop in each map by
That one's
hovering
huge.
over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects, like auras and heralds.
Meaning you don't have to have them on your
Start
bars all the
harvest
time either.
encounters with just a single action. The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item level, rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to very low level items, with that amount reducing as the item level increases. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League
Oh yeah,
supporter packs.
this is the important stuff.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers
What's
of
it gonna
Kalguur
be?
League
Is
and
my
will leave the
wallet
store
gonna hurt?
forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
What the hell is going on my screen right now?
Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect. Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy flyover level up effect.
Yo, it's harpies?
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching
Oh, that back piece
attachment.
is so cool.
Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow, or not. You pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them
orbital
with a
laser,
from the heavens.
Oh, that's so sick.
May your critical hits resonate across Rayclast with the Cleric's Bell back attachment.
Bro, that'd be so funny with a bonk build.
Invite your friends to spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other.
Bro,
Or
this
you can just spectate from the sidelines.
people are actually gonna be betting on that. The whole
The
league.
Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, A repentant soul is chained to your back.
That's such a
and
big
lashed
back
with lightning.
attachment.
Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos
A classic, but far fairer now than in ancient times.
and Val crafting attempts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues.
Oh, that's why it says Settlers there.
Blood stains your armor the more life you lose when wearing the Acolyte's Penance armor set. The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near it. The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league or across all leagues.
That's pretty fun, but I like the timer one better.
The Exiled Squire
Yo, he
heads
has the
follow
buff.
in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
No sweat for you, boss.
providing
Yo,
pessimistic
he's
commentary,
The cycle repeats.
He's a goon, a lackey.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
What did I ever do to you? Bro.
These packs are
That's
now
pretty funny.
available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile, Settlers of Kalguur. Meanwhile, the
Yo,
Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store
forgot
forever
about the
at
hentai map
launch of
device.
Settlers of Kalguur League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Now, we have one more thing to announce before getting into the Q&A.
Bro, don't play with
We're
me.
soon going to be running a small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2.
Okay?
We have
When?
been taking signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com. We will only be
Don't mind me.
selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website and register your email address now. We're just about to start the Q&A with ZiggyD. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Settlers of Kalguur's full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and the season's
Bro, it's
Carrot
already
Vault
down.
box. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to building our towns alongside you, trying new builds, slaying monsters, and exploring new in-game strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
It's already down. Don't mind me just casually signing up for the hello.
Good morning, Exiles. We are live from the Grinding Gear Games studios here in New Zealand. All three of us in person today for the first time.
Yo, he's so quiet.
For a very exciting and massive Q&A after some real whiplash from some huge announcements there. It just kept going. Like, you guys just kind of got in a room together and set up the whiteboard and put everything on there, huh?
End of the day, really, it's we have this much time, we have this many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, making a whole new game there, but we are only talking about Path of Exile 1
For
today,
sure.
and you gave it plenty of space to shine.
Mhm.
And we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on. and some very experimental content as well.
What a crazy announcement,
With all
dude.
of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional.
It is intentional. He's
suspect,
lying.
And honestly, I honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But we can only really prove that by testing it, and so maybe one day we'll get there. But until then, you're just going to have, there'll be boats, but you won't be on the boats. Maybe one day. We'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a
I'm really hoping this isn't another 2-hour Q&A, by the way.
We've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I want patch notes.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, you know, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. You know, we're going to, like, you know, it really is just, you know, the standard lead cycle, you know, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, you know, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. You know, like we're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, you know, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of Kalguur, it adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So, it's obviously using gold for its
Let's just unpack that real
with
quick.
The workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following Path of Exile 2 will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE 1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, like, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what
has been going in a very bad direction since Chris stepped down. I don't know, I've been liking the general direction lately.
And that means
I just
that
haven't liked.
ends up being a perfect
like
currency to be
Necropolis.
able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with.
I don't remember what league was before Necropolis.
You know, in order to be able to. You
Affliction. I didn't do too much Affliction because it was a little
go and
too
play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy
rippy
inflation
from
that
my
you can
build.
get with other automated, you know, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs, or at least that's the theory. But
So
the
I
thing
didn't
is
have
that,
any of those crazy like
we have to test this
hour-long
stuff,
maps
and this is the
dropping
reason why
billions
we
of
were
dollars
looking
of
to do it
loot.
as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see.
I kind of like
is it going to work?
the game
is
going
the economy
crazier
gonna go weird. You know, what's
as
gonna
time
happen?
goes
That way
on.
we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. You know, test this because you know the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it. You know, like in the office, right? Like it is simply we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, you know, we kind of need
Their
our
coasters
community
are
to see what
gears, I
happens with
just
the
saw.
economy to be
That's
able to
funny.
test something like that, and that's just, you know, one of the few areas where that's like that. Yeah, what we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, you know, the core game as soon as we've done with that.
Generally,
ideally about 2
I think
weeks,
Mark has
and
been
then,
doing a good
that'll
job.
be good, but yeah, we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay.
Right,
the stuff
for
we
sure.
like doing.
For sure. Yeah, I mean that really helps. And as I said, like this system, you know, like it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE 2 as well. Like it's really nice to, you know, to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this. Like the intention is to go further, and you know, so this is effectively our first the first part.
The first try.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you
Hell yeah, dude.
There is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game. You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold. You don't actually need to engage with the league to use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that just in case anyone was
Like RF playstyle, no buttons, chill and blast maps.
You can
It's
just
pretty
invite
sick.
spouses into your hideout and then just
I respect
use them
it.
for that, and you know, and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure, for sure.
Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very, very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in, done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but you know, that's generally the summary of it. And it doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element and all of that that comes alongside it. Yeah.
Yeah, so
there's a creeper on that computer right
something
there.
That's likely to stick around then, and that's kind of the intention.
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So
Can we get motivation, please, dude?
Keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little
trading
being part of the league
is gonna make this, even if it's just currency, trading
also
in game with gold is gonna be.
Right? So, like, let's be realistic.
It's gonna remove half of the pain from playing the game.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this.
That one change alone is like.
So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd
so
items
good.
and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like the items it was producing were like those really well rolled.
So like if the reason you're not playing the game is because there's too much annoying stuff to deal with.
Ultimately,
that takes a huge chunk out of that argument.
Forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And as you get higher and higher level, I guess.
I just want to see how big the monks can get with melee now.
Level, it upgrades the modifier tier rating, which was a term.
Like I gotta try Leap Slam
build. It
build.
was used in Necropolis League, which effectively cuts off the bottom X tiers that can generate. So the items
and that's
by
just
endgame
one
will
change.
be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the idea of how can we make rares more viable than uniques. Like quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific.
I'm so glad quantity is gone
too. And so we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. Like if
like go SSF or not play at all. It's up to you ultimately, but I think this league is going to be a really good time. Just off these announcements.
Being an attractive expenditure of gold, how much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be?
So for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE 2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should feel like if you're just playing regularly, that you can get all the currency you want from the trade market and you don't feel restricted by the gold price. Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would run into, assuming that they're just doing normal things with currency.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you don't want
to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of.
Because you want an hour.
Buying 10 divines by the end of Act 1.
You feel like an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
don't
don't
this
want
should be chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system.
I'm so excited, man.
For sure.
Like,
I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, you know, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this,
I'm assuming that includes stuff like
one
essence
of the key
and
components
crafting,
that was part of like designing the league.
Fossils.
It was
crafting stuff.
Largely like how.
And that's just going to make those so much more fun to interact with.
Most people in the office, most players in the office, and outside the office, what is the
didn't even understand even a bit about this gold thing.
And what experience gives them the most negative reaction?
For sure,
it's often trade.
Yep.
And especially, and I
basically they just want
it was
to
last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy
basically all that stuff they were saying was explaining that they want ways to keep things from getting ridiculously expensive over time, and like preventing botters from being able to just buy up the stuff at good prices and then sell it at higher prices and like make infinite profit like that. So and then they don't want people worrying about trading too much through that system early in the campaign. So it's just stuff like that, how they want people to interact with the system.
The most frustrating experience you can have as a player at in-game.
It was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of.
No, it'll all drop normally. It's just
because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there.
They're explaining
the
reasons why they made it work in the specific ways that they did.
I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both of these things at the same time? And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. I tried to in that live stream. I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like had a little bit more.
Price fixing would be another thing that's like
it was one of the things that
not a thing
anymore
through that system
as much as I could. So
people will just buy the stuff rather than
pairs in with like the scarab changes and
have
stuff
someone refuse to
well,
sell it.
We'll talk more about that later, but. The currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word. So yeah, anything.
Scarabs
so
too.
Obviously, it can't work with things like maps and so on because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinct.
Yo, trading's gonna be so fun.
It has to be able to stack. Is ultimately the goal. Yeah. So yes, use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be. Incubators can't be because they have a level, things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade hopefully using the new way.
All right. But
div cards?
I will certainly be doing that.
Div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. Anything that is stackable, that
there's just so many of them. That's all.
Yeah. Anything that's stackable and has no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
yeah. So this is the thing, because with this trade system, you can technically trade any item for any other
I will
item.
be right back. 2 seconds.
Chat,
Chat, tell me what I missed when I get back.
Have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading with this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the saw, trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as Okay, so we're getting into stock market terms here. But the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say, you can see like what the how many things are available to a few different price levels, and that will allow you to to do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon. I guess we'll have I
mean, some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market, but it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade. Still.
Yeah. So just that's worth being, because some people, when they see the video, they're okay,
there was
it's
mail
just
on
like
my
trading with
doorstep.
the system somehow, or there's some kind of like market thing with the system like determines a price.
What I
No,
miss?
it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do,
Oh,
you've
there's
got
still
like
trade.
I'm buying this, I'm selling this. Someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that.
And the prices are all set by players. It's like you guys setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or that got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can, because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000.
Honestly,
that's
how
in a
these
single
go.
exchange.
If I could read patch notes before watching this, I would not be watching this.
You can. There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe, control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash, and vice versa.
My
Hello, Dev.
35-year-old
I saw
hands
that.
are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this
There was a
is
dev who waved
successful,
right
do
there.
you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
Well, that's certainly the plan for PoE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's the intention. Like this part, I think though is like solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time.
Just the currency and like scarabs and resonators, fossils,
to get this part out there first.
Yeah,
that
historic for the first time
huge.
ever. That's been the we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go like full candle graphs and all that stuff?
I'm sure
I
at
bet
some
you wanted
point.
to.
I'm sure at some point this will start to happen. We'll have like community like websites of like all the technical
plugins.
Indicators and like all that sort of stuff.
Mad money.
Bro, actual stock market behavior.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing. It just goes over the basics and hopefully, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still. So hence putting out a video to try and help people out, in terms of understanding when they're going into it.
Yeah, those are some cool socks.
We'll see.
I gotta give them
that.
that.
I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter. Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's my trading tips too. That's my approach.
Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalguur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers?
I'm honestly so excited for the league mechanic too.
Well, I know what you pitched
give me that
on
mobile game
first
stuff.
was Pal World League.
Pal World.
Yeah.
That was the first
I remember your initial response. I think was, "What? Hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns?" And I was like, "Well,
yes,
maybe."
So it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, we the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of it had way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. It was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of PoE applicable way. But yeah, that was the initial one at least. But I don't know if you've got a
yeah. It was coming from again the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like,
in a
we
single
get an
league
NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC. Well, that would mean a town for each, and then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start, and we ended up just refining it down to here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff.
You'll only get a fraction of the loot out of them,
the fact
but
that
it's cool.
Well, one thing that takes a long time in development, a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be well, we've got all this art from this other game here,
Andy.
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this
spoiler
whole
alert,
the Kalguur and making a settlement on Rayclast. We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff it would be quite nice to do that. Yeah, that's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2. Might as well connect it up and kind of have an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like a increasing
no buttons, chill
the
play
scope
style.
of the world a little bit, because
that's why Leap Slam, you hold,
this is a distant civilization 1500
you
kilometers away
move and you attack all in one button.
Those are people who have not been involved
Very
in the
simple.
storyline of PoE 1, so this is a new expansion there.
Sure.
World-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. There was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, Expedition. But in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff, and I think it adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
But yeah, it is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we've not really heard too much about it, right?
It's not just here's a planet of water with this tiny little island, right?
There's two islands. One's already at, one is Rayclast.
So all just one thing.
What we're saying is Boat League is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed.
Damn, that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no Boat League. Was to have it. No, aside from this little bit of water, there's just land. The rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? And that's not a new concept. The idea of a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression. But this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, a greater context for their things that they're doing? So they're doing their Atlas, but they're geting golden resources.
Honestly, I really like the idea of having multiple things happening while I'm also playing the game.
I guess it wasn't dwelled on a lot in the video, but the resource gathering thing, those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So that is definitely content there as well. It's just that it's kind of not as easy to show. We kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff, but those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2. And there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5. And so you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is iron that's overrun with corruption. So you have these 3, 2 to 5, as it goes up as you go through the game, of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old you had the old like shock, well, you got the shock nova and firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything.
Sounds pretty sick to me.
The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the
Didn't
the
people
blighted
hate the
monsters.
Aurion missions?
It's not very difficult. Like, none of these are pitched to be very, very difficult, but they are going up in difficulty in the order that I am explaining them. The fourth is Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game I think 1 is rare to a magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that.
No.
You click the
No,
bismuth.
sir.
It releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity.
Now imagine doing that and
yeah, a little
getting
bit,
the
yeah.
affliction.
Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever.
It is no longer a
thing. It is
thing.
the current, whatever it is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person, because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area, and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalguurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock, and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit
So
of
many
a pick your
unknowns
own
in the equation.
difficulty.
Usually when it's like
Obviously,
this,
it doesn't have the whole.
you start totem build?
It doesn't have the whole weaponry ruckus going on. And
Now we can chat, but 99% I'll start
your
EA
encounter.
Ballista.
And
I mean,
then,
that's a solid
of
old
course,
faithful.
There is one boss as well, so occasionally
Peacock
you
has
find
been
a kind of hollow in the ground.
Yep. One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
Poisonous
in-game, very
Concoction
much
has
in-game.
kind of been
quite
that
difficult, and
fallback
he
for me lately
is,
on League Start.
guarding a lot of Verisium.
It's just
and
we played
also,
that the
again,
whole
can
league
drop a
this time.
unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also, like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video, so I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of...
I'm honestly kind of glad they didn't cover every little detail, because
that's an area.
I kind of just want to explore and see it all.
Yep, there's a couple of things like that. So there's kind of other things. So there's actually a lot going on with that. That more.
There's
so
a lot going on.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in
Yeah, this
circle.
is just breach a ritual all over again.
It's 2, 3, 5. So 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
that's
classics.
everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle there you get your hands.
Yes, of course.
Good.
Sure.
It all comes back to that.
It is expected, and again, you can.
Wanna
There's
play
no
low
real
build?
harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then
Maybe not bow bleed, but
engage with the town later or something.
honestly, you might still be able to
something you
do
can
bow bleed, because they added
End
some
of the
stuff
day, the
to
gold
bleed
is going to
underneath
be your
Gladiator.
primary restriction.
You just
so
play
being able to just farm for ages and get a whole
Ward
bunch of
and
gold
use the
isn't going to
tinctures.
and while not necessarily engaging with the town, is not going to set you back that far.
Yes, this is very much a take it at your own leisure.
100%, 100%,
And
yes.
that touches on the next question, and the the one that when I watched it, I was like, this is the thing people might be most concerned about is the.
Then again, Warden had a lot of
game
elemental
design
real
timers, right?
Sure,
So
sure.
we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
Valid.
And then
I don't want to go back
too
there all the
long
time.
Feels like a mobile game.
Right.
So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think, I will note, like I'm going to say some times, but it is like highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, like and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that. So it's got a lot of agency. However, like we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example,
you play EA Ballista Raider?
The Port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, so the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest.
I played EA Ballista
and I currently believe it's like towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour.
This is
now there are
version.
advantages, like a longer
Whatever
shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do
most
the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town. At the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing... it's not highly annoying and also not like I never get my rewards. Like it's going to be pretty bad if you're like I'm level let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping and you send your shipping and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that, and then there are longer turnarounds when you're willing to spend that time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port, so you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps, lower tier maps, or you can put in more difficult maps. Now, I did note in the live stream, the timer on the mining was before we had done any iteration, so I'm pretty sure it had some real absurd amount of time to mine that ore.
It was a long time.
That was just a straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the stuff is that, like as I was saying with the queues, like, okay, you can just put as many, like when you find resources and there's that sort of mining queue, it's not like you have to like manually reassign your things every time. Like they just move on to the next task.
Yeah.
So effectively what that means is that, you're not having to come back every, and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not, like we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally do it.
Yeah, this sort of thing can be fun because it's like you're you get to come back to rewards and and progress, and everybody loves progress and progression, right? We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this genre. But I was definitely concerned about that idea that would have to, you know, I feel like if I didn't get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have, it just does that.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Well, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to skip
association.
any of these times.
What happened to PoE Mobile?
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. That the concept of a timer is scary to start with. But I'm also, on the other hand, not going to sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that, on the other hand, I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but. You
want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course, I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers
and they're not releasing on a holiday weekend this time
to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure. But I'd say I'm more on the definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. Whether they work out or not.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're you don't have to stay logged in, online to speed things up.
No.
Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, which is obviously if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen.
Just don't get commandeered.
You can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more golds? Does it scale with map quantity? So your mods?
Yep. Gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it if you can't trade it. Then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, item map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously.
Obviously, he says,
the new enhanced item pickup radius,
as if they've never done such a thing.
And the amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve.
It is Delve too.
That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk-reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy. Is that for real? How much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts roll up into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, you can just be I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can and send a shipment that's maxed out in value and then put the best possible ship workers on there because you don't want to lose that shipment. I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. Like you'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
You will get an
a whole
absolute ton,
week
which
at once.
Some people will
That'd be
find
crazy.
ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, like, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Like, do you get overdrafted account fees? Like, what are we dealing with here? So
you have to take so you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold into the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not like just randomly losing your gold, that you're like, okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just like draining it, and you like can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount, hit add, it goes there. And yeah, they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or?
Not in Reg Blast, no.
No worker protection in Reg Blast.
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits, and arranging.
Jonathan's looking a little worried as Mr. Bossman over here.
And you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a. We're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team. But they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines. So I cracked up when I saw the map running teams auto-simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course,
that would just be kind of
simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
It's extrapolated.
But you effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because what if it's like you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway,
honestly,
you're not going to think about that, obviously. You can.
That might have been a worry I happened upon if that was the case.
I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what.
Now we can too.
Whatever one drops mage blood, if you put that base type in, the mage blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So.
And you're telling me that if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you?
Yep. If you put in a Hydra map and they clear it successfully, it's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
you'll get 50%
are they burning
of the
6
items.
portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of if you're not sending elite people, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality of map runners, just as there is in Path of Exile players.
I mean, if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like,
where's the ore?
I tried mining the monsters and I failed
on the first pack.
Yeah, but yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
So what's the most sketch juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully a prop corrupted T17 with whatever else is bloody on it. I mean, or 16. Right. I mean, they might get. Sometimes you actually. It's not
throwing
T17s
in there.
It can be they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be cleared.
Good luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just died.
Portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Yeah, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen,
workers.
And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh wow!
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. Excellent. And again, it is mostly avoidable by being playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have like a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in fields. Crazy. How did you like resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and like let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well,
and
you know,
builds?
like early on, there were
that was probably one of the ideas.
There was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about. Like, you know, it was like we were going like full mercenary system with all sorts of stuff for a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So you know, we decided not to in the end. But yeah, like the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know, this massive expansion. Yeah. This is actually the downscoped version. We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much though. Like it was too much management, too much like, you know.
How many builds can you fit onto one team?
Different, so much going
different
on.
Different leagues problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game. Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right. So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going. Like you guys also showed
just like this
rune
Q&A,
smithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting, but as enchantments. These rune words, are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe, with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune, and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean,
nice.
The Kalgoorans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one hand or two hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply it to any weapon. But with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And you know, each thing goes on specifically one weapon, and what it allows you to do is so we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds, cool.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like, I think there's one that is like 100. You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's reckon every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit. I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you can trade, the runes, between players?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come, primarily all come from shipping. Which you can do pretty early in the game. But I suspect late game.
Get them shipping routes up and running.
A like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like, if you trade to the Kalgoorans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah, do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like...
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now, there's some determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So, like, I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different ports.
Certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat, or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order, so after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then like for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send a dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value. And so that one, so you know, it's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's
looks like we're disenchanting constantly.
That's also another feature that was in there.
And yep, you get a lot more dust for destroy. So just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques, disenchant them because they will give you the most. They will give you the most
so
dust.
rarity is
We're picking up uniques
generally, it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
For sure. I mean, it just it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, yeah, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items, you know? Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another thing, recombination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
There's 2 things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It just combines the items and that's what it does.
The items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged 2 items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players, but it's still something you can choose to now engage with because the gold cost is based on the item level.
If they add all this stuff back in,
and so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more
like if they add recombinators in this league and then they take it away again next league, people are going to be so
going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah.
Thankfully, they gave it to Isla, so if they don't want to add the rest of Settlers back in,
or even like early maps, you know, it's not going to feel
they
super
can leave it in Heist, and you can just go do it over there
if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this means. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
a thing that you can randomly find in extra in maps to get more loot.
Just more juicing. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting, just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
Why not?
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning. And so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes anything away.
Especially for things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not warping your play.
They can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more impactful as a result. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest into onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're?
It's always a boss fight.
Yep.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your shipment will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot.
Bouncing balls?
Internal name by Pirate
just about
boss.
everything with it.
They get named, and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the
if
same one as well.
If I didn't kill all of the Ubers, the only one I didn't get
it'll
was
notify you, and then you go back to the town,
Exile.
to King's March, and
but I think I did get
the
him.
NPC will just be
I
like,
just didn't get his challenge.
Here's a portal. Go there, kill this person, or
I got
don't,
back-to-back Regenesis on Uber Maven
if you feel like
it
you're
was
gonna
wild.
fail,
I'm actually gonna clip that out and
do it,
post it as a video
you can bring
later.
your party members, but you can only enter it once.
He's
like, once
empty.
you die,
I
you
cleared
can
all of
re-enter
those. I was farming them.
one
not like other people were farming them, but I
let's take a
was
little bit of a
running in
turn
them,
now,
running through
looking
them with no
backwards
issues.
at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes. that
Especially
happened
after I
in
got
First,
Progenesis,
the
like that made the
overall
builds so
endgame
much better.
Overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive Scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went to the endgame overhaul?
I do think
remember,
overall good,
I
but
did a
it's
bunch of
very easy
changes
for
to the
that
build
to get
that made it strong enough,
you
and I
know,
don't remember what those were.
looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad, and then looking at it badly.
But it was
like,
still
there are certainly some things
I
that
took out
were
like the
imperfect,
projectile speed,
and we are making some measures to change that. But
for
I do
rules
think
for a
overall
change
the
for
shake-up
something
was
else.
pretty healthy.
Like a rare.
And then when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right?
Yep.
And that kind of it's overshadows a lot of what's good about it because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just
Thank
to clarify,
God.
which wasn't
Okay.
mentioned there.
Sure,
Like Back to
sure.
Basics
That's
was
gone
even
too.
more unhealthy
Yep.
than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both
Anything
of them
like
not
that, I
good,
hate it.
Not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't. Because of that, and because Back to Basics became
League
the
Star
meta,
meta?
it
Yeah,
ended
it's
up,
very
like,
strong
not
League Star.
even evolving that much. And so
Very
I'm
strong.
hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with. 'cause
but I was playing
what's gonna
Pathfinder,
happen
so
is when you are releasing
the first time I played it was
content
Raider.
on this scale,
The second time was
and I
Pathfinder.
am
Pathfinder
certainly
was
a
really
risk
good.
taker. I like to push the boundaries and all that. You are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was
Ranger.
really hard, just you know, for the team as well. And like it's also very hard. Just
Sorry, that was
decision-making
the
about,
first
is this
thing I
something
thought.
that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in. So
Yeah, Pathfinder was
there's
still
definitely a mandate to QA
peacock
now of like, okay,
the whole
we need to
time.
really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like, you know, like what is the difficulty of what that results in? Like, is it okay? Like, is the difficulty versus reward correct for what you know, the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something, you know, that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's like, yeah, it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the you know, it came out just sort of shows you that like, yeah, there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys
There's
asked
just
me
too
an
much
interesting
stuff.
question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like, what the? That sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques?
Yeah.
And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And yeah, upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique
I'd
items
never
were
played
dropping into
Pathfinder
the
before
house?
either.
I told him.
I was
just
going to ask you to guess,
followed
but
this
we
guy.
were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map.
In a single map.
In a single map, and I'm not
What?
talking I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy. And and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like. It had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. Yeah, we were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive, and I'm like. Well, it's like, several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still top off-screen, bottom off-screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole res in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong. But it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by... 100 people who aren't, or a few people even who aren't
out of
even abusing anything or
exploiting
anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right? Like, I don't know if people saw it when those meat sacks were dying and you'd get like 6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique items. And so anyway, a lot of it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah. I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE 1. And the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like
looking at you, Necropolis.
Patches, it's
Thanks,
like
Mark.
full hands on deck, trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking. Some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state, and a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this, you might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like, play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there, and yeah, sure, it's safe, less will go wrong, but at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with, and it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day it'll be way more boring, even though it might be more safe. So again, it's possible that I'm gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety, but like I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone, including myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. I think it's refreshing, I think, for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content. And we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, an interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
Oh man,
so that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's someone. There were two
Oh, they raised the life that high.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not just like an absolute joke now. But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling, like the thing. Once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena? You could argue they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like, these things weren't right. So hopefully with back to basics removed and the changes to T17s implicitly, it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like, it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well. That should be a hell of a lot
clearing them all with Leap Slam, I'm telling you.
I would expect a lot more players to
really hate this moment picking Leap Starter. So don't think about it.
Again, we're solving the
wait till the day of the league.
Open up more builds and make you feel less.
You get
like you
in
have
the
to play
queue.
certain things.
You make your character hit the character select screen.
Resulted in the exact same thing.
One.
These are not intentional things.
At that moment, and just
when
go.
you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the.
It's how I used to do it. It's how I do it
because
sometimes.
it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine.
It's
but
been a
when
while
we're
since
just
I
talking
did
about
that,
like the top tier of maps, it's not okay
for
to
a long
have
time.
it be
That's
so
what I did.
constrained there. So, just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much
I'm not a huge fan of that answer.
A lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do.
Need a couple practice
but
runs.
I think
Honestly, I was
especially
thinking
with
of
the
doing
upper
the
tier
same.
like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map.
See if I can see how quick I can get through the
reward
campaign.
Modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again hopefully adds more ebbs and flows.
If I
to
can
the
get through the
process,
campaign in
as opposed
6
to it again
hours
just
or
being
less,
like
I'll be pretty happy.
Outgo and run, and that can be quite where some people like that.
Well,
and
6.5 hours I think is what I got last week.
16s. I do like
Maybe
these things
7,
having an impact
somewhere
on
around
the
there.
build, just not to either one, it should be avoidable or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them, rolling them, like it's certainly not something I'd want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual.
So you can do.
Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average
There's always peacock
viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then you just the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbing someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, oh, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character.
But my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this,
Bro, I'm
one
hoping they
thing,
wrap this
then
up
I
in the
can
next
still
like
run
5
it.
minutes, 3 minutes actually.
So it's not always just like.
Give us the patch
I know
notes at
this
6.
is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit or changing something or subbing something out, or it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that. And these certainly do matter.
Do a little
but how do you feel
science
about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting by making it more different, as opposed to something like, your energy shield is turned off.
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw
like
this with the shaper
is a maze.
And with the shaper touch modifier earlier this league before it was changed, all of a sudden and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them, where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple. We've removed a few of those, like, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league, because we've removed those.
And they're easier.
But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
But yeah, it was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be. But
for sure,
yeah.
For real,
so,
dude.
Yeah, we're not obviously going in that path anymore. But there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter.
Wrap it up, Ziggy. I know you flew all the way to New Zealand for this, but
they also have them.
I want to read the patch notes.
There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense, I mean, some of them are probably... There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs were out of control. All of a sudden the corpses exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead, and then like missed Revenants.
Good stuff, yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
Classic.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible, and I think it's pretty good. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just seen discussion.
I don't mean
on
from
that
you. I just mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for. And that's the real difference, is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance. Yeah. But then also if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse. Except I really like the idea of that. When you are just generally playing and not engaging with the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything. I
mean, in some ways, T17s are like are the map scarcity that like the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily have, they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very important to us that the ebbs and flows remain and you don't just end up with this flat boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty and it shouldn't just feel completely just it again, it gets further away from the game and more towards just a kind of AFKable and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the Veiled Chaos and the simplification of it as well?
He said very quickly. Hopefully this means he's wrapping up.
Kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I am not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is... so I actually just want there to be... there is one safe house, and that... and so all four connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like, effectively, Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. Like, you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then... doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that, I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible, so I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so I want to divorce those two things so that you
that
don't
sounds
have
like
that
a
conflict,
pretty
'cause we have
alright
never
way.
been
It's
able to
kinda
get
like,
that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible.
Incursion
You're always either going to want to like never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other. Because it hasn't been right the whole time. So, and I think that will just be a much better if we do that, and then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight, and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want, or and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like, I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board.
You would have
I don't think those two frictions should ever occur.
Once you get your board in the
right,
perfect
honestly,
state, what happens? Like, is there anything to really mess that up?
Okay, let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too.
Nosy, let's not...
crafting league, and it's certainly not very powerful, but ultimately the crafting mechanic not that popular, I think, due to the friction of engaging with it, the corpses, managing all of that. But how do you feel about Necropolis in hindsight now?
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. in terms of getting like full T1 modded items. Probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood it was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of like lots of figuring out, you know, what to do and kind of uncertainty to the point where
and
it
also
overwhelmed a
taking
lot of
20
people.
minutes to get every
And that's where you see, you know,
corpse in
even
correctly.
recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things like for it. You know,
the update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot like
it's
The problem
simplified a bunch of
was
stuff.
how
down with
annoying
as
it
well.
was to
I'd
put
probably
all
have
the
gone a bit
corpses in,
further
I
with the
think.
simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those like meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit, you know.
For me, though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the like just getting so many corpses.
Get 'em, Ziggy, get 'em.
So many corpses, right?
Sure.
I condone
yes,
extending the
fewer,
interview
more
for this
impactful
comment.
ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up.
No, it wasn't.
Goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
Experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that.
But then
Whatever.
why?
The original intention of it was like, okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior. And I think if we are to see that again, we would have that. We'd have introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because it felt mandatory, and it often will when you have the league in every single area. And so yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with gold, where gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction, because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Well, sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that early as well in the league, but
40 is the low end
still,
of
it was like,
how many corpses you needed.
I know. I remember Ziz messaged me at one point, and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses, and I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, you know, that was the intention by any means. So yeah,
get
didn't
them
quite
sales
hit the
going.
mark for sure.
Just lessons learned.
Lessons
for the
learned
next
for
one, eh?
sure. Yeah.
All right, cool. The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which, you know, PoE has a fair bit of. And
for sure. And again, we again with the league being like, you know, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we like try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoyed engaging with that stuff, of course. And I mean, end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone. They're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single
this
week.
wheel right here,
always
right next
of
to
leagues that
Ranger's
don't
start.
work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take
Really, that's
often what we can
that's
do is
all you
take the
need. You
stuff
run
that
2
is
life
good, that
flasks.
is fun, and find a way to
In
integrate it
campaign,
into
I
the
ran
game
3,
later.
and then in endgame, I
and
ran
now
2,
the
and I
core
was
game
fine.
experience is overall better as a result of us, like, you know, learning from all the stuff.
I think there's
Keep the
also
experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire
right
now
there.
so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So
this wheel I ended up taking later
finally,
as well.
the much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that was led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue?
I mean,
doing some melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it. That's
what was like the key change that you kind of needed, maybe to get figured out.
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of like, okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable. And effectively, we had all
that
these
might just be
multipliers, and if you
Pathfinder
didn't
stuff
know to
then.
do them, then
I don't really
then
remember.
you just
Yeah,
sucked.
it's bad. Yeah.
And so effectively, we needed to do something about that to make it so that, like, you know, just hit things is like a more viable path. So
Just
you know,
hit
I think
things
this is
for
really
it.
looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was like, let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about like maybe there's some way to make it so that, like, you know, you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something. But in the end, it was just like, you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure, you know, let's just get rid of any.
Get them out of here.
I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground with your weapon, and things die.
That's what
and
I want to
you're
do.
not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. Like, it should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening
I use
before
totems,
is
how to get charges to
something
sustain.
is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough. But it means that different characters will have different secondary specializations, and you'll find a lot of these, like something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing. People are going to love them or hate them, and that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds.
It's not League Start
where
material,
you are
but
actually
there's that.
speaking into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards, you know,
Yeah, like build checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's
The
gone a little
old
bit too
checklist.
far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more, like, considering when you got this league, you're going to have runesmithing, you've got the obviously quality changes applies to unique, you've got the new modifiers on rare items, you've got like, we haven't buffed the life on every unique, we've buffed it on Kelms. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally.
Quite intentionally.
So that, you know, rare item, and it's not, you know, it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn and wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially
That's
with
what we
melee
like.
this time round. And on top of that, like, bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so they're just more obvious and you can figure them out. And also just, yes, hit things and they die, and not feel so like, okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. But that is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power, of course, right? We're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage, you know?
Well, playing devil's advocate a little bit, the new banners, is that kind of just melee totems again?
I mean, not in this... Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are... It depends
I
on
had
what
the
you
same
wanna call it.
thought,
Like,
but it
you
is
can look at the
different.
totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them. And I do like the idea that there is... you know, skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effects for seconds, and then you can place it again. And sure, yeah, it might end up being like on rotation it's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be, I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and yeah,
The other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk, we're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things that if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not, considered viable. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire, but it is don't worry, it's part of the question.
People can wait.
We've made sure to we've got spreadsheets out
Heck you, Ziggy.
of
I don't want to wait.
experience per hour testing. We've got time testing. We've got our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. And we've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's find out where the thing should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain, a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
Ooh.
All right,
That's
I like that.
Wow.
We're definitely playing melee.
We've got new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout in-game. Honestly, given how long in-game takes and how much of an integral part of it is, the amount of base types introduced there, sure, we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference.
Yep.
So we're just adding
two-tone
more
boots
here.
are pretty
it is
obsolete,
more clear. If you were struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try and do it. Obviously just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
All right, we'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans, but...
Just the eternal Trial of the Ancestors event league,
This
that
is
would be pretty
massive
funny.
Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And there'll be an FAQ.
Give the
news
people
post
what they
wrapping up some of
want.
the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone reading those patch notes.
Yeah, good luck.
It'll take a while.
Yeah.
We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have to be reading it.
Pick your favorite streamer. Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. I'm ZiggyD. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are they? They're here. Or in. Okay, now's the fun time. Bless. How long of a QA was it? That was like an hour and a half long Q&A. You're heck. See, when we were watching the Diablo 4 announcement stream and they said they're doing a Q&A, I was like, man, I really hope that don't run into the PoE timer, because I'm gonna leave for PoE. But then they did Q&A for like 20 minutes, and I was just like, ah. They did like 10 questions maybe, and it was just so nice. Something about the tattoos? What about them? Is there a tattoo for flask regen or flask charge gain? Challenges are a great opportunity. Wow. Yep. Standard, hardcore, solo, self-found, and ruthless. 8 new ruthless challenges. Are there different MTX for the ruthless challenges? I don't know. I never thought about it. Oh no, tattoos are in. Where were they? What did they drop from? Ritual now. Was it Ritual? I think you could get them from Ritual, but also you could get them from All Flames last league, which is not in the game anymore. So I think it's Ritual. Or maybe it was Omens in Ritual. So maybe tattoos would be added in there. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. They did say they reconfigured Ritual a little bit with the rewards. So these retaliation skills. Crushing Fists. I'm actually really interested in some of these. They looked pretty darn cool. Retaliate against blocked hit by slamming a huge armored fist into the ground in front of you. That sounds cool as hell. Vengeful Cry. Retaliate against a savage hit with a war cry, taunting all nearby enemies to attack the user. The user and nearby allies gain a buff which grants rage and prevents rage from being lost. Okay, that seems kind of neat. But you have to take a savage hit, which, you know, I don't know how often that'll happen in a boss fight. But then again, you might not be losing rage in a boss fight, so maybe it's just a mapping help thing. Overexertion supports melee attack skills which can be exerted, causing them to deal more damage for each war cry exerting them. Cannot modify the skills of minions, val skills, and channeling costs. Skills cannot be exerted. Retaliate against blocked hit with an arcing slash that releases 2 waves of force. Enemies in front of you can be hit by both waves. Requires a sword or axe and a shield. So no daggers, no wands, no maces, I guess. Sword Storm, blocked hit with a hail of blades that rains down in front of you. Requires dual wielding and deals damage with both weapons with each hit. Supports retaliation skills, causing them to have more cooldown recovery rate and become usable for longer. Glacial Shield Swipe, retaliate against blocked hit with a sweep of your shield, unleashing a wave of ice. Rupture. We already have a gem called Rupture. Oh no, it's Puncture I'm thinking of. Never mind. Critical strikes which inflict bleeding with supported skill also inflict Rupture. That just supports attack skills. Cool. Divine Retribution, retaliate against a blocked hit with a surge of divine power. This was the cool looking one that blew up everything. Cannot be used, cannot be triggered or used by totems, traps, or mines. It's probably for the best. New Arsenal of Vengeance Keystone passive skill in the southwest of the Duelist starting location. Arsenal of Vengeance provides damaging and retaliation skills become usable every 6th hit from enemies instead. So you don't have to stack block jets. You can just get hit. 60 new base types, 18 helmets, body armors, 12 gloves and boots. 15 new uniques. Gratis Signet Navalia's Inheritance, Hand of Frisia, and Varusso's Ambition. And they changed, or they removed that which was taken. Made a new one that looks just like it and gave it the Parandus unique one. 5 new div cards. 72 options in Voidborn Reliquary. 180 more T17 options. The chisels that they talked about, prismatic oils. 3 new Grandmasters and replaced 2 of them. wonder if they replaced GG Noobs or whatever the name was. Added icons to monster health bars to display if they're armored or not, so that you'll know where your overwhelm is being effective. Yo, Solo Selfhound was locked behind the Scion? I had no idea. Yo, you can put stack dicks in the currency tab. Huge. Returning microtransactions. Forbidden Shaco and Dragonfang's Flight will give different stuff. Changed some uniques that gave stuff specific to that. I don't care to read them all. Banner rework. Hey, yo, remove a random ailment on you when you consume at least 10 Valor to place a banner. Gain 5 Valor when you Warcry. Okay, what is this Valor business? Also, they automatically deactivate once you leave their area. Interesting. So they don't really explain this whole Valor thing, but I'm assuming that's the charges on the banner. Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable. Rage now grants 1% more attack damage per rage gained to a maximum of 30, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. They're slowing the game down. You lose 10 rage every 1 second if you've not been hit or gained rage in the last 2 seconds. Previously 1 rage every 0.5. That is to say a lot. They made that way faster. But hopefully you gain it back faster as well. Yeah, many sources of rage you now generate it much more quickly. Although you can't generate rage more than once every half second. They changed Berserker Ascendancy because of the rage changes. We'll see that in the Berserker section. There's new rage passive masteries that you can use to get movement speed. That's pretty cool. Nearby enemies are intimidated while you have rage. Tinctures, I'm not super interested in, honestly. Maybe I should be. But I'll probably only really pay attention to them if I find that I have a lot of mana unreserved. Oh, they're getting rid of Riposte, Reckoning, and Vengeance in favor of these retaliation skills. Okay. Honestly, they weren't very useful, so that's fair. %20 increased armor for wait, what is this? Oh. Retaliation passive masteries. Ailments inflicted by retaliation skills debilitate on hit. Armor per retaliate. 10% chance when you use the retaliation skill for a different one to become usable. Reduce cost. So 6-slot map device, the Wildwood, Nameless Seer, Scrying, div cards, div card showing. Audience of the King, which grants you the King of the Mists. Three uniques are now in locked in the Wildwood. Kalandra stuff, Sentinel stuff. Yo, Scares, Chisels, and Horizon Orbs now follow the same drop rules as maps as they are consumed proportionally to them. They do not drop more with additional party members present, nor do they scale with bonuses to item quantity on the player. Note that you can get it, note that you can't, not that you can get it anymore outside of standard leagues. The intention is to keep the number of these items dropping always proportional to the number of maps dropping. I think that's fair. Monsters killed from all leagues and additional content can now drop maps. Previously, most of the monsters were prevented from dropping them except for bosses or elite monsters. Now all of them can, but they have a map drop penalty. Penalty varies based on how many monsters the league adds and how long the league takes to complete or engage with on average. Scarab of Bisection, which allows you to select the nullify prefixes or suffixes crafting options. Horn Scarab Awakening no longer provides them. That's the problem when there's so many changes. Smart people always find a way to abuse bugs. I mean, they're going to do that anyways. With more changes, we just get more stuff that we do understand as well. So, it's okay. With me anyways. Beyond Scarab of Invasion now causes rare monsters slain in an area to create additional Beyond portals. Previously just unique, that's huge. More waves of enemies. One blighted chest. Blighted chests in area grow larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies slain. Scarab of Mania increases delirium faster. Now, the Divination Scarab is now the Divination Scarab of the Cloister and causes an area to contain 8 to 12 additional packs of Doedries devoted and causes them to have 1% additional chance to drop a stack deck. So you can get tons of those now. Scarab of Curation is Scarab of Plenty. No longer provides 10% more div cards per different favored map or the other thing. Instead, it now causes up to 5 packs of magic monsters in area to drop additional div cards. Yo, div Scarab of Completion has been renamed to Scarab of Pilfering. No longer provides the chance to drop a full stack of cards. Now provides div cards which drop in area are stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage the more div cards they've stolen, and boss duplicates all stolen div cards when defeated. So not only do you get more, like it does duplicate them. It's a bummer to lose the chance at a full stack of Mage Blood cards or like Headhunter cards or whatever, but you can go through your whole map and not see a single div card, beat up the boss, and then have an entire explosion of div cards. So it basically accumulates all the stuff in one spot instead of making you pick them up all through the map, and I think that's awesome. Did they nerf DD? I don't think so. They didn't say anything about it, and I think they would have. It would be a pretty big commotion if they did. Scarab of Abnormality has been renamed to Domination Scarab of Apparitions. Now causes an area to contain 2 additional apparition shrines instead of an additionally unusual shrine. Scarab of Teaching is gone, I suppose. Now causes an area to contain an additional evolving shrine instead of causing shrine buffs to grant increased XP. What the hell is an evolving shrine? Does that exist? No, does not exist. It's something new. Domination Scarab of Teaching was so good. It was ridiculous. They had to get rid of it. Or at least nerf it. Cartography Scarab is now Scarab of Escalation, provides 10% increased maps found in an area for each modifier affecting the area, instead of 50% increased maps found in area. So you should be getting more out of that with a 6 mod map. Is it a new shrine from the trailer? No. That's like a different thing. Although those are offensive things. This evolving shrine, it could be an XP buff, but I doubt it would stack the same way that this one did. Because what the old Scarab of Teaching would do was every single shrine buff you got would give you another 30% increased XP. So if you got 7 different shrines running at the same time, that's 210% increased XP. And that's how I hit level 100 this week, and it was very fast. It was great. But Evolving Shrine, if it's an XP thing, probably is like that 30% or like some kind of XP gain boost. That conspicuously does not stack. Scarab of Ascension is now Scarab of Risk. Causes an area to have an additional random modifier instead of raising map tiers. No longer duplicating maps, but adding packs which drop maps. Oh, I don't remember them showing it in the trailer. I remember them showing the they showed a shrine effect from the League mechanic, but that's like those were like offensive stuff. So like you find a resource that has a shrine on it. You mine you clear the monsters, mine the resource, and you get the shrine buff for a while, which drops like fireballs and explosions and stuff. What are my thoughts? I'm excited. I'm very excited. I think I'm gonna really like the League mechanic, number 1. Number 2, trade. I'm so excited. Number 3, melee. So I'm gonna League start Leap Slam. My only regret is that Raider doesn't exist to play Leap Slam on anymore. Maybe we play Bleed Leap Slam. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm very excited to interact with the League mechanic. Having things going while I'm doing things with no other input from me is like very, very satisfying. Farming splinters isn't going to be nearly as profitable as it might have been before, and you shouldn't hold to them for long like you initially suggested. What makes you say that? I mean, I'd probably end up sitting on them anyways because I forget about them. That's about it. Honestly, I don't want to read all of these scarabs anymore. I'll find them in game. Stacked items will be on the currency market now, so things will level out much faster. That's fair. Corpses that you can use to raise as specters. Oh yeah, that's all in ritual. Lowest tier ritual bases cannot be found in maps. And the highest tier can only be found in maps with an area level 83 or higher. Changes to the bases. Okay, that doesn't say anything about tattoos or anything like that. Back to basics. Gone. Very happy. Get that off my atlas. Unending Nightmare now has Delirium in your maps has double difficulty scaling with distance from the mirror. Wild. I assume that means double reward scaling as well, right? %35% increased damage, 15% increased move speed, 1 to all max res. Sulfite intoxication lasts 60 seconds. So it's not forever now? That's a bummer. Unrelenting Torment no longer provides 30% more quantity of items. That's kind of a bummer. Now it's just less likely things. What are your thoughts, Sagam? Positive, negative, ambivalent? I think Delve is probably still going to be pretty valuable. People may actually craft with fossils now since it's not annoying as shit. But then again, how much gold will drop from Delve monsters? I don't know. They messed up the Chieftain Ascendancy? Oh, Chieftain Ascendant Ascendancy. RIP. Yeah, I don't remember when they, if or, oh no, they probably changed it when they reworked Chieftain. That's probably the last time they touched it. Small Atlas passes prior to Artifacts of the Val now provides incursions in your maps have increased pack size instead of quantity of items. 3 small Beyond Demon item quantity Atlas passives now cause Beyond Demons in your maps to have chance to be followers of Gore, Beta, or Kadash. Oh yeah, they're getting rid of that quantity. Let's go. Epidemiology notable Atlas passive now causes blight chests in your maps to have a 20% chance to be openable again instead of 80% more chance to contain blighted maps. That's really nice, actually. And that's making me want to read the rest of these. Templar Ingenuity. This provides blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the blight encounter. Higher tier towers grant better salvage rewards, and the rewards are improved for each different tower type built during the encounter. Small Atlas passives at the entrance of this will no longer provide a chance to find an area containing a blight encounter. Now, as blights in your maps spawn 6% more non-unique monsters. Not planning on playing, but I like Mark's policy on changes overall. I agree. Necropolis definitely missed the mark. I think there was a couple things he said that I wasn't a huge fan of. And as soon as I said that, I lost the thing I was thinking of specifically. Oh, I didn't really like how he seemed to miss the mark on why people hated the Necropolis crafting system. He only partially, like, quantified the problem, and that was that people have to collect too many corpses or like had to trade for too many corpses. It was more like that, and not the system itself was inconvenient to work with, even if you had all the corpses like on top of that. But yeah, I agree. The last several leagues I've been like Affliction. It was a little overtuned for me in the build I was playing, so I didn't really interact with it too much. But when that dropped, I was like really happy with the state of the game. Necropolis, not a fan of the league mechanic. I don't do terribly much crafting, and it was inconvenient and unpleasant to use, so I didn't interact with it that much, but I was pretty happy with the state of the game. Outside of that, the biggest problem I had with the state of the game beyond that was the fact that it took me to like level 94 or 95 to get a raw divine drop. Like, that was bananas. But generally I agree that I think I've liked the way the game has been going. Probably didn't think that was as big of a problem given how powerful it was. Yeah, that was the thing he zeroed in on, and that was kind of what the fact that he was zeroing in on. It's so powerful, so trading for it isn't, or so like because it's so powerful, it should be unpleasant to use. Is like I don't really like that, but you know, maybe if he keeps implementing things that are very unpleasant like that, and people keep saying bad things about it, maybe he'll figure it out. And honestly, given the way he said, you could convince me that I'm wrong. Gives me hope that he could figure those things out. I think that's a fine stance for him to take as dev, right? Because his priorities are going to be different than my priorities as a player, so it's fine. But I don't think there's anything wrong with me prioritizing my priorities. What else are they doing to Blight here? Blight bosses in your maps have a 10% chance to add an additional reward chest when defeated, and one lane of Blight encounters in your maps is guarded only by Blight bosses. That's hilarious. 4 small Atlas passives in this cluster now provide Blight bosses in your maps have chance to add an additional reward chest when defeated. So that's 20, 30%? And an entire lane of Blight bosses? That's hilarious. They buffed Deadeye? Yeah, they gave a little bit of Raiders stuff to Deadeye. And that is the Frenzy charge. Out of all of this item quantity business, the thing I care most about is Venter's Gamble. I think I really like what they did to this, as it's like a pretty universally exciting thing to get. Like hell yeah, just throw it in. 15% mana reservation. Wait, auto frenzy charge generation? What? I'll have to look for that when I get down there. I didn't read the whole node when I got when they showed it. Wind Ripper, no longer quantity. It's just rarity. Corpses spawned by Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills now have a flat 15% chance to match your specters, rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes, and can only be used by minion skills such as Raise Spectre or Bone Offering. Okay. Itemized corpses now spawn spectral corpses. Only spawn if you have the Raise Spectre skill, so it won't mess up DD. Whoa. Dual wielding now inherently grants plus 20% chance to block attack damage and 10% more attack speed, instead of 15% attack speed. That's a pretty significant amount of block. What the hell? Endurance charges, kind of huge. No more elemental res, but elemental damage reduction, actually wild. Ward is restored after 2 seconds instead of 4, also bananas. They got it attack speed across the board. Yeah, I was saying they slowed the hell out of the game for some reason. It was something near the top. But what it was, hell if I know. Oh, Rage. Was it Rage? There may have been more than that, but I'm just forgetting it. The totem, yeah. You can get movement speed off of Rage with the Mastery, but that is not attack speed. But free 20% chance to block seems really nice without a shield. Skills that use a basic melee strike animation now have a more consistent swing speed rather than the first swing being slower than the second swing. Cannot be stunned while performing Vow Breach. This is the change we truly needed. Divine Blessing is gone. Wait, Multi-Strike and Awaken Multi-Strike describe that they can no longer support travel skills. Rip Flicker Strike? Hello? Hello? Or is travel like dash? Okay, it's stuff like dash. Okay, thank God. I was worried. Let's see. Travel and movement. It's separate. And Flicker Strike is movement. Which means Leap Slam. Although I don't know if you use. Oh no, it's a travel skill. I don't think you would want to use multi-strike on Leap Slam anyways. It's not a plus it's a slam, not a strike, so it doesn't work. That's two ways it wouldn't work. Some attack skills that can be used range or melee have had their weapon requirements split between the base gem and their transfigured gem. Frenzy skill gem now requires a bow or wand, while Frenzy of Onslaught requires a... Oh, so you just have to do lab to get your melee version of Onslaught now? Of Frenzy, I mean? Bummer. No more bleed bow? Why not? Yeah, so like all of this stuff, while cool and great, I just have no reference. Berserk no longer provides more damage with attacks, more attack speed, more move speed, or less damage taken, and now provides 40% increased rage effect, i.e. damage. Also no longer increases the size of your character. Why even bother? Oh, it's all melee now? Rip. So don't forget, Dagum, Berserk is another vector of reduced attack speed. Blade Flurry, Blade Storm, Blight, Bone Nova, Bone Shatter. Previously 5 at all gem levels, no longer has meters of melee strike range. More damage. Very cool. More mana cost. Yo, 620% instead of 275 for Bone Shatter of Carnage. Charge Dash, 143% effectiveness at level 1. Compared and 264% at level 20 compared to 121%. Hell yeah, dude. Yo, Cleave. No longer has added attack physical damage. 179 effectiveness of base at level 1. 511 at 20 compared to 237. Now has a mana cost of 7 to 13 instead of 6. Bro, the fact that they keep changing Cleave all the time will never not be funny. Consecrated Path. 417 instead of 230 now. We're just gonna read the big numbers because it's more fun. 305 at 180 for Consecrated Path of Endurance. Cyclone is now 111 instead of 59. Wild. While you have no place banner, you gain Valor. Base duration of 10 seconds. Radius of 2.4 meters. 5% more AoE and aura effect per Valor consumed. So Defiance Banner gives 8% move speed. Chance to suppress 8% chance to suppress damage. Also grants -5 damage taken from suppressed hits to you and allies, up to -12. Okay. Determination gives half as much as it was before. Yo, they even got Doriani's touch. 1,000% effectiveness of added damage instead of 600. Wild. Banner grants 4% chance to block attack damage. Recover 9 life when blocking. Dual Strike went to 442 from 244. Earthquake 229 to 150. Exsanguinate got nerfed early. Cool. Firestorm got nerfed early. Fireball got nerfed early. Is there a reason for all this? Hey, yo, Firestorm with Pelting got buffed to shit. Scaling up to 370%, just like Firestorm of Meteors, where it was previously 120% at all levels. Flicker Strike is up to 408% instead of 210. Same with Of Power. Glacial Hammer, Ground Slam. Hatred no longer causes you and allies to deal more cold damage. You and nearby allies now gain 30% of Fizz's extra cold, up to 39% at 20. Previously 25%. So that got buffed pretty heavily. But you lost the flat. Or the more, whatever. Now it's Fizz as. Good for melee. Heavy Strike now has 552% instead of 313. If Leap Slam doesn't work, we go Heavy Strike because we've done Heavy Strike and it was hella fun. Ice Shot Deadeye? Hell yeah, dude. Hex Blast. Nerfed early. 76% damage increase for Heavy Strike. That feels good. That feels good. I will probably play it before the league ends, even if I don't start with it. Or like if I enjoy Leap Slam, I will probably swap to Heavy Strike or make another character for it at some point. Ice Crash is 611% instead of 350. Bonkers. 458 instead of 250 for the alternate one. Lacerate. Leap Slam. This is what we're here for. 314% instead of 150. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Leap Slam of Groundbreaking. 660% instead of 320%. And I want to see what Leap Slam of Groundbreaking does because I think I read it, but I've totally forgotten what it did. Jump short distance, damaging and knocking back enemies with your weapon. Where you land, enemies you would land on are pushed out of the way. Requires an X. So just bonks them, or it pushes them out, knocks them back. They nerfed Ice Shot. Yeah, honestly, for range stuff, I don't really know what that means. Does this mean you have to like convert? You have to make effort to convert your fizz to cold now to have any chance of doing anything with it? Like, I just don't know. Because I assume removing the added flat from the gem would just make you more reliant on your weapon, but then that would be fizz. Or do you just let it do or other sources of flat? Gotcha. Keep in mind abyss jewels exist. I tend to forget that all jewels exist, honestly. That's why I don't like Adorned. I don't like making space to spec into jewel sockets. Yeah, but 20% increased effectiveness is not flat damage from a skill anyway, right? Abyss jewels are one of the largest source of flat in the entire game, possibly the largest. I believe it. I never said I was right for ignoring them. Just like most leagues, I'm lucky if I remember to put any cluster or eat. If I'm lucky if I remember to look at cluster jewels at all. You know, Molten Burst, 170 instead of 115. Molten Shell is later now. Grants more armor though. To start with. No longer, Molten Strike no longer has flat fire damage. 329% instead of 185 at level 20. Molten Strike of the Zenith. $239 at level 20 instead of 130. It doesn't say anything about the mega hit though. Peacock. Hey yo, Peacock got buffed. Heavily buffed. What the hell? Just have more damage. Lower mana cost early on. It's like a little over 10% more damage at level 1. And like 100 extra on the low end and 140 extra on the high end. Lost a bunch of attack speed. I guess that's fair. Well, we didn't use Rage, so we didn't use Berserk. We didn't use dual wielding. And we didn't use the totem. I don't think we lost attack speed, actually. Oh, I did at the very end. I went plenty far without rage. Yeah, I did, but that was like what I needed to get over the top for Ubers and like T17s. And honestly, I think there was other stuff I did that took me into Ubers, so it may not have been the rage that put me there. Rain of Arrows, more mana. Oh no, less mana. Raise Spectre of Transients can no longer use Spectral Corpses. Reap got nerfed early. Reeve got more mana, but more than double extra effectiveness. Bro, this really is 30,000 words of nerfs, isn't it? At least for non-melee stuff. It's not significant nerf. Well, it's just nerfs to mana cost, but it is still nerfs. Shield Crush, mana, 4 to 6 at level 1, 300 to 450 instead of 172 to 258. Sheesh. Three to 5 at level 1 per defense, and now it's 8 to 12 at 20 instead of 5 to 7. So yeah, Shield Crush, huge buff. Yo, I didn't see anything about Flicker Strike. Hold up. Oh no, I did look at it. I remember now. It was pretty solid buff. 408 instead of 210. Yeah. T-Shot got the mana nerf. Wild Strike 403 instead of 231. Val skill, honestly, I don't want to bother reading those. Rage no longer causes supported attacks to deal added physical with weapons per 10 rage, or deal added phys with weapons while you have at least 10 rage. It also no longer causes supported skills to grant 1 rage on melee hit. Instead, it now has gained 3 rage on attack hit at all gem levels, and causes supported skills to have 10% increased attack speed while you have at least 10 rage at gem level 1, up to 19% at level 20. So there's some of the attack speed back if you use a jewel or a gem socket on rage support. Trauma support got nerfed to shit. Berserker no longer provides 10 max rage or gain 1 on hit. Instead, it now provides attack speed for rage and delays rage loss. Removes some attack speed in the small passives as well. No longer triples the effects of rage. Now provides 50% increased rage effect. Bruh. More attack speed gone, so never mind. Yo, Tawa Forest strengths Ascendancy passive skill has been removed. This can no longer roll on forbidden jewels, though existing versions will still function. That's crazy. You can use a non-existent passive now. That's crazy. War cries have infinite power. 30% increased war cry buff effect. Small node prior now gives increased war cry duration instead of 10% totem placement speed. All right, a little bit of war cry support on Chieftain. Unrelenting no longer gives chaos res per endurance or reduced elemental damage while at maximum endurance charges. Instead, it now provides 1 additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. Kind of huge. Unbreakable Ascendancy no longer gives 8% of armor applies to fire, cold, and lightning. Now has 15% of armor also applies to chaos damage taken from hits. Okay, that just completely changes that. No. That desecrate only, the desecrate nerf only applies if you have spectral, if you have summon specters. Oh, never mind. Yeah, they did nerf the shit out of it. I didn't see that. You right. Is Detonate dead on this list? No. Get fucked, DD, I guess. Champion, Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy. The corpses at gem level 20 are level 80 instead of level 100. No, extra specters are not a nerf to DD. The extra specters only pop up if you have the specter gem. So if you're just not going to run into that problem if you're trying to run DD without specters, which... They didn't say anything about removing anything like that. So the thing they did to desecrate was yeah, they reduced the level of corpses spawned at gem level 20 to 80 instead of 100. So less life. Unstoppable Hero no longer grants increased attack speed while fortified, 500 plus 500 to armor and evasion rating while fortified, or cannot be stunned while fortified. Instead, it now provides nearby allies count as having fortification. What the fuck? Why even bother? Fortitude Ascendancy now provides you have 15 fortification instead of 20. Okay. Inspirational Ascendancy passive no longer provides banner skills have no reservation. I mean, it wouldn't be wrong. Now grants when you leave your banner's area, recover 30% of valor consumed for that banner instead of when you create a banner. It gains 40% of stages you replace banner. Yeah. This is a bummer. Like here, this is something that's actually useful. Let's change it to something that is completely not, well, I mean, it'll give your fortification to your totems. There's that. When I first read this, I thought parties only, which is not accurate. It would work on minions and stuff, but I don't know how comparable that is to all this business. Gladiator, completely rebalanced. War of Attrition, deal 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for each second they've been in your presence, up to a maximum of 100%. Small passive grants 10% increased attack damage and 5% attack speed. I'm amazed they gave us any attack speed at all. Determined Survivor, gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, and cause inherent bonuses from dual wielding to be doubled. Wait, what? Causes you to gain 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, and causes... So you just use that when you're not using a shield? I wouldn't go that far, Viva. I'm a fan of giving Leap Slam more damage. I'm a fan of auction houses instead of the trade website. I'm a fan of mobile league, mobile game base building league. More than skill ascendancy causes your chance to block, attack, or spell damage to be lucky if you've blocked recently. Requires determined survivor, which is the this one up here. Retaliation skills can be used for an additional 2 seconds, and 50% chance for them to remain usable after use. Causes bleeding enemies you kill to explode, dealing 20% of their max life as physical damage. I mean, I don't see anything about melee right there. Pickup range, huge. Control click to move all currency. Yep. MF is gone, also huge. I'm a big fan of removing that. Can we bet 80% league start Deadeye? I'm not a betting man, but I'll remember you making that statement, and we can pay attention and think about it. It's a melee league. I don't think people will be playing Deadeye. Causes bleeding enemies you kill to explode, dealing 20% of their max life as physical damage. Did Gladiator always have bleed explosion? If not, that's huge. Jagged technique causes bleeding inflict to be aggravated. I think Gladiator looks pretty good. Weapon Master Ascendancy provides 25% more accuracy rating while wielding a sword. Oh yeah, this is the one with the buffs based on what you're using. Like, they specifically told us Varen Astra will activate all of that. If this is the one there yeah. One of the build examples one of the videos they were showing had a build that was using Varen Astra plus Soul Taker or Soul Drinker, the one that makes your mana like irrelevant. Not that one. Soul Taker. Yeah, this one. That and then Bleed Explosion plus aggravated bleeding. Why not, dude? Rupturing Ascendancy skill has been replaced with new Avidity. This new passive provides 5% more accuracy per frenzy charge, 1 maximum frenzy charge, and gain a frenzy charge each second while moving. Oh. Yeah, I didn't see that line when they showed it in the video. Honestly, they nerfed Deadeye right here. %4 less damage taken per Gale Force, previously 3%. That's a buff at least. This is a buff. Far Shot no longer gives you Far Shot. Honestly. it's better to spell it out in this context. The Warden. Oath of Spring causes shock from your hits to increase damage taken by 2%. You can apply up to 50 shocks to each enemy. Okay. Enemies you freeze remain frozen for at least 2 seconds and cause freezing hits that do not freeze to apply Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on enemies by 20% per stack. Freezing an enemy removes all stacks. Hoarfrost lasts 10 seconds and refreshes the duration of existing Hoarfrost. Oath of Summer. If you ignite an enemy, scorch them instead. Apply an additional scorch. Level 20 Unbound Avatar. Gain 1 Unbound Fury when you inflict an ailment with a hit on an enemy. Cannot gain Unbound Fury while unbound. Hits always inflict freeze, shock, and ignite while unbound, and 80% more elemental damage while unbound. Dear heck. So you stack it up and smash that button for big boy damage. Tincture effects linger based on how much mana you burnt. Less mana burn rate. Additional tincture. Tinctures apply to range. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Like, you have to spend a quarter of your ascendancy points to get that. Just as a prerequisite. +1 for max frenzy and a frenzy generator. But they removed tailwind effect. I didn't say it was a big nerf, but it is a nerf. Suppress chance on the Warden tree. Flat -15 to fire, cold, and lightning damage taken from spell hits per bark. Prevent +2% suppress spell damage per bark below maximum. And lose 1 bark when hit by an enemy spell. Woof, woof, woof. I don't know what that means. Why are we putting woof? Oh, the bark. Got it. I was thinking tree bark. Oh yeah, this is where they touch Chieftain. Totems taunt enemies around them for 2 seconds when summoned. Instead, it now provides 20% increased Warcry effect. Battery dies. No! Rest in pepperonis, the battery. Hey, yo. They gave the Frenzy Charge duration to Scion from Deadeye instead of the Far Shot. Berserker's ass. Inherent Rage loss starts 1 second later. Like, great. That gives me exactly nothing. Unless there's other stuff wrapped into that they're just not mentioning. See you later or tomorrow, my friend. I will not be live tomorrow. I will be live when the league starts. So I'll probably, if you're around, I'll see you then. But it's been good talking. Appreciate you hanging out. Gladiator no longer provides hits, ignore enemy monster physical damage if you've blocked. The block chance, the maximum block chance, the more fizz over time, the chance to bleed up to blind, or the chance to block. It now provides 25% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you hit with attacks. 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Hell yeah. Inherent bonuses from dual wielding are doubled and 1% more damage with hits and ailments to rare and unique enemies for 2 seconds. Oh, thanks for the hearts too. Hell yeah. So you get all the business from Gladiator now. Raider is now called Warden. Rest in pepperonis. No more move speed, no more frenzy charge when you hit a rare or unique. Bye-bye. Instead now causes attack damage to pen 8% of enemy elemental resistances and provides you can have an additional tincture active. But you cannot play range Scion with tinctures by taking Raider. Interesting to note. Yo, what? This is a huge nerf. Notable passive skills that provide 30 to an attribute no longer anointed. You can no longer anoint beef. This is the worst change of them all. Alright, honestly, if I try and read all these and remember which one's which by name, I'm just not going to make it. Adorn got nerfed. Now 0 to 100% instead of 50 to 150. If you ask me, good riddance, but you know, my condolences to those affected. Defiance of Destiny now causes you to gain 10 to 20% of missing unreserved life before getting hit by an enemy, previously 25 to 35. Existing versions can be made worse with a Divine Orb. RIP Defiance of Destiny. Where's the Progenesis nerf? I don't see one, thank God. Longer duration for Elixir of the Unbroken Circle. Eternal Damnation no longer lets you gain endurance or power charges. Calm's Heart no longer has increased fire damage, once again has 1,000 to max life. Existing versions of this item can be updated to the pre-1.0.0 version using a Divine Orb. It's a funny way to phrase that. Lethal Pride, unique jewels that added Fizz taken as fire, now give 1 rage on melee hit. I mean, you could get a lot of that really quickly with that. Lycosa Day now adds a bazillion flat cold to retaliation skills. No more level 15 Vengeance on Martyr of Innocence. Night Grip, I don't remember what it does. Perfidy. No longer allowed 2 banners. Having a place banner does not prevent you from gaining Valor. This change affects existing versions. There's Legacy Replica Innsbury Edges now. Doubled the damage over time multiplier for bleeding while wielding an axe. On Rigwald's command. The Surrender no longer grants level 30 Reckoning. Existing versions will now grant Crushing Fist. What about new versions? Do they get Crushing Fist, or are they just fucked? Yo, Taste of Hate nerf. Well, no longer 10 to 15% of Fizz taken as cold. It's now 20 to 30 Fire and Lightning taken as cold. Changing Elemental to Elemental. So if you're using Taste of Hate, you're prioritized to focus. Maximum cold res instead of anything else, but like that doesn't compare to 15 Fizz. Taste of Hate Stong's bottoming out. True. Item quality rework. Yeah. Wait, NPCs will no longer have items that can be purchased with quality currency items and no longer sell baubles. Rest in pepperonis to Whalem. You're back, what nerf? Taste of Hate got shit on. 20 to 30% of fire and lightning damage taken as cold instead of 10 to 15 physical taken as cold. Oh, what can't you anoint? Beef. That's the worst change. Notable passives that provide plus 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. This saved my ass for a whole day last league because I couldn't get my attribute requirements unless I anointed beef. The plus 30 strength node near Ranger. Or I guess between Ranger and Duelist. Bestiary recipe to corrupt an equipment to have 30% quality now corrupts maps to 30 quality. That's kind of a major change to not tell anyone about. So no more beast corrupting stuff. It's perfect fossils all the way. Non-gem items that generate with a random quality can now generate up to 30% quality. Oh, so you can just find 30% superior items? Rewards from league content that granted 30% quality equipment now instead grant 20. Cartographer chisel vendor recipe nerf. Incredible. You can unveil corrupted and mirrored items. It's kind of wild. Perfect Fossil has been renamed to Opulent Fossil and no longer grants improved quality. Just kidding. Perfect Fossil doesn't exist anymore. Instead, it now grants more drop modifiers and no tagless modifiers. Interesting. So you have, if you want 30%, I guess you have to find it now? Oh, yeah, yo, regular jewels can now get maximum fire, cold, or lightning. Kind of huge. Many modifiers that granted Fizz taken as an element or chaos can no longer roll, including Incursion Temple and Delve modifiers on helmets, Corruption modifiers on shields, Fire Warbands modifiers on helmets, and all Watcher's Eye modifiers. Okay. I guess that's a buff to all the other Watcher's Eye because you're slightly more likely to get them. Essence of Horror on body armor now grants 10% reduced extra damage from crit strikes per endurance charge instead of 15 Fizz taken as cold. New Eldritch implicit modifiers for body armors have been added that grant Fizz taken as fire, cold, lightning, or chaos. It's going to incentivize people to use rare, I guess. Oh, added a new set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll on Watcher's Eyes to replace Fizz taken as elemental damage above. Never mind, not a buff to Watcher's Eyes. Bunch of changes to influence mods. Very cool, very cool. Buff. They mentioned these changes to attack speeds and stuff on the stream and the Q&A. Crit chance changes on bases. Yep. Suffix modifiers on shields that give chance to block are now prefixes. Ruthless specific? Wow. Yo, I wonder if they didn't make these Ruthless specific changes, could we have gotten the Betrayal rework? It's possible. Yo, you can get Al's Uprising from Friendship? Sambody's Wisdom and Soul Quenched cannot be turned in right now. Essences now grant toughness instead of life to monsters they're affecting, granting a small amount of increased item rarity and quantity. For each essence, the higher toughness a monster has, the less damage it takes. A monster with 100% increased toughness takes 50% less damage. With 200%, takes 67% less damage, and so on. Reduced toughness causes the monsters to take more damage. Tormented spirits now provide item quantity and rarity for monsters they touch, and increased 50% increased rarity for the average spirit possessing a monster. Pinnacle bosses, guardians, can now have up to 50% action speed reduction instead of 30%. Buffing freeze. Meteor telegraphing for the players who are targeted by a meteor when they use a flask. Meteor also has a 2-second cooldown. That's huge. Actually runnable now. Curac League mods. Essence now costs 6 orbs instead of 3. 4 additional monsters instead of 2. Abyss is cheaper. Ambush is cheaper but with less boxes. Harbinger, cheaper with less Harbingers. Breach gets an additional Breach. Breach stonks we up. Quest reward changes. The Bandit change for all 4 of them. Golden Handjob is now a skill point. And then quest rewards, the new gems being added in. Active Pinnacle bosses have static life bars. Yep, these are all the QOL stuff. Scare vendor recipe now returns surplus scares when you vendor 4 or more. That's kind of handy, so you can just throw them all in there and not lose any. And well, not even a bazillion bugs. Very nice, very nice. So we didn't read all of them. We just skimmed through and picked the ones that I thought looked cool, or that I was interested in. I'm sure there's stuff that I'm missing, particularly pertaining to the Atlas passives and the Scarab changes. Reading through those and paying real close attention is probably where you're going to find some really interesting and juicy farming stuff early on. I might go back and read it offline, but for now, I've had enough of reading and talking. So I'm going to end the stream here, but it was fun doing the old double feature, PoE Settlers of Kalguur and D4 Spiritborn Reveal. I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did and you're not already, like and subscribe. And join me next Thursday live on this channel at whatever time the league launches, or like 15 minutes before, when I have my build all sorted out, or when I'm actively scrambling to sort out my build. We'll figure it out then. But I appreciate you. Hope you have a good night and a good weekend, and I'll see you next week.